Kublai Khan, born 1215, the grandson of Genghis Khan, who became one of the most famous rulers of the Mongol Empire. He founded the Yuan dynasty in China in 1271 and ruled as its first emperor until his death in 1294. It was under his leadership that the Mongol Empire reached its cultural and political zenith, effectively integrating the vast territory from East Asia to the Middle East. His reign was marked by significant administrative reforms that included promoting the arts and sciences, improving public works, and adopting aspects of Chinese governance that helped stabilize and legitimize Mongol rule over China. Kublai Khan's attempts to expand further into Southeast Asia and Japan, however, met with less success, featuring costly and unsuccessful military campaigns. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, take a look at the video description. Otherwise, just enjoy the ride. We're gonna get nice and relaxed. Settle in. It's going to be a long video. Kublai Khan, born the fourth son of Tolui and Sorgatani Beki, grew under the auspices of significant cultural and political influences that shaped his future as a ruler. His early life was marked by a pivotal moment in 1224, when, reportedly during a hunting expedition near the Ili River, he and his brother Mongke captured a rabbit and an antelope. Genghis Khan, their grandfather, celebrated this achievement in traditional Mongol style by anointing Kublai's middle finger with the fat of the slain animals, proclaiming the boy's wisdom and urging all to heed his words. This endorsement came just 3 years before the death of Genghis in 1227 and left a lasting impression on the young Kublai. Following his father's death in 1232, Kublai inherited an estate in Hebei from the Mongol conquests under Kublai Khan, who allocated these lands to Tolui's family in 1236. Hebei, of course, being the province within northern China. Initially, Kublai's inexperience led him to permit local officials significant autonomy, which unfortunately resulted in corruption and harsh taxation, prompting many of the Han peasants, that's the local Chinese of the area, to flee, and consequently, well, no one was around to pay the taxes. This was obviously quite a problem. Recognizing these issues, Kublai returned to Hebei province and implemented reforms with the assistance of the new officials sent by his mother, Sorgatani. These changes reversed the decline, encouraging many who had fled to return, and they did. Crisis averted, at least for now. The intellectual and cultural growth of Kublai was significantly influenced by his deep engagement with the Han Chinese culture. This interest was further cultivated through his interactions with notable figures such as Hai Yun, the respected Buddhist monk who Kublai invited to his court in Mongolia. During their meeting in 1242, Hai Yun influenced Kublai's understanding of Buddhism and named his son Zhenjin, translating to true gold. Haiyun's influence extended to introducing Kublai to Liu Bingzhong, a multifaceted scholar who served as Kublai's close advisor. Liu, originally a Taoist who had converted to Buddhism, brought a wealth of knowledge as a painter, calligrapher, poet, and mathematician, a jack of all trades that certainly earned the admiration of those around him. Thus Kublai's court increasingly reflected his appreciation for scholarly and cultural pursuits, attracting intellectuals like the Shanxi scholar Zhao Bi. His administration, characterized by a blend of Mongol and Turkic influences, along with a variety of other nationalities, showcased his diplomatic approach to governance, balancing local interests with the expansive imperial ambitions of the Mongol Empire. In 1251, upon Mongke's ascension to Khan of the Mongol Empire, Kublai and the Khwarezmian Mahmud Yalavach were dispatched to oversee China proper. Kublai was appointed the viceroy of northern China and relocated his ordo to center Inner Mongolia. His governance saw significant improvements in agricultural output and social welfare in regions like Henan and Xi'an, earning him great respect among the Han warlords and setting foundational policies that would later influence the establishment of the Yuan dynasty. In his administrative role, Kublai encountered issues with Mahmud Yalavach, whose harsh methods and disdain from Han associates led to his dismissal by Mongke, a decision supported by Han Confucian-trained officials. In 1253, Kublai's leadership was further tested during the Mongol campaign against the Dali kingdom in Yunnan, that is, the area more closely bordering Vietnam. The resistance from the ruling Gao family prompted a three-pronged Mongol assault, with Kublai leading the southern force. Despite the initial violence, Kublai's capture of Dali was marked by an unusual clemency towards its residents, and he successfully integrated the region under Mongol control with the cooperation of the last Dali king, Duan Xingzhi, who was appointed as the local ruler. His court also reflected his interest in diverse cultures and religions. In the same year of 1253, he was deeply influenced by the Tibetan monk Drogon Chogyal Phagpa of the Sakya school, who became a key religious figure in his circle. Kublai's inclination towards Buddhism was evident in his conflicts with the Taoists, whom he accused of seizing Buddhist temples. This religious tension culminated in a 1258 conference where Kublai decisively favored Buddhism, leading to the conversion of 237 Taoist temples to Buddhism and the suppression of Taoist texts. His political ambitions and his expansion of bureaucratic and military structures had occasionally put him at odds with Mongke's administration. Accusations of overreach and breaches of regulations by his officials in 1257 led to a thorough audit by Mongke's inspectors, resulting in the temporary abolition of Kublai's Pacification Commission. However, he managed to defend his actions and was eventually reconciled with Mongke, demonstrating his adeptness at navigating the complexities of Mongol politics. In the late 1250s, his role expanded further when Mongol tasked him with the command of the Eastern Army for an assault on Sichuan. Despite suffering from gout, Kublai participated actively in the campaign. However, the sudden death of Mongol in 1259 plunged the Mongol leadership into complete uncertainty. Kublai had kept his brother's death a secret to maintain the momentum of the military campaign, successfully besieging Wuchang with support from his loyal commander Urian Kadai. The subsequent negotiation with the Song dynasty's minister Jia Sidao, who proposed a tributary agreement to establish a peaceful frontier, showed another aspect of Kublai's diplomacy and strategic acumen. Although initially reluctant, Kublai ultimately agreed to peace terms, securing a stable tribute from the Song that acknowledged Mongol supremacy, while allowing Kublai to focus on consolidating his power, setting the stage for his eventual claim to the imperial throne and the founding of the Yuan dynasty. So, in the immediate aftermath of the death of Mongol Khan, a power struggle ensued between Kublai and his younger brother Arik Bokor. You see, Arik Bokor had convened a Kurultai, which is kind of like a meeting, in Karakorum, which declared him the Great Khan, with the backing of several of Genghis Khan's descendants. In contrast, Kublai, supported by his advisors and the majority of senior princes in northern China and Manchuria, held his own Kurultai. Despite fewer royal family members in attendance, this council declared Kublai as the Great Khan in April of 1260. The dispute between the brothers, of course, escalated into a civil war that led to significant destruction, including damage to the Mongol capital of Karakorum. In Shanxi and Sichuan, the forces loyal to Mongol sided with Arik Bokor. Kublai responded by sending his loyal commander Lian Shixian to these regions, who succeeded in executing Arik Bokor's civil administrator and swaying several wavering generals over to Kublai's side. The conflict extended to the Chagatai Khanate, where Kublai attempted to install Abishka as Khan, but Arik Bokor captured and executed him, placing his own candidate Algu in power. However, Chagatai Khan Algu later switched allegiance to Kublai after defeating a punitive expedition from Arik Bokor. And this event was indeed pivotal, as Algu's support helped solidify Kublai's position. Thus the civil war culminated in 1262, when Kublai's forces decisively defeated Arik Bokor's troops. Thus, Arik eventually surrendered to Kublai in 1264 at Xanadu, a significant moment that led to Kublai's recognition as the ruler of Mongolia and the broader Mongolian Empire. The rulers of the Western Khanates also recognized Kublai's supremacy following Arik Bokor's surrender. However, tensions remained high, as Algu Khan demanded recognition of his own position, which had initially been granted by Arik Bokor. Kublai's rule was marked by efforts to consolidate power and mitigate further dissent. This included the execution of Arik Bokor's chief supporters, though Arik himself was pardoned. The complexities of these power dynamics showcased Kublai's strategic skill and his ability to navigate the intricacies of the Mongol Empire during this period of significant internal strife. A knife behind every back and a devil behind every door, it seems. It's one thing to be in line for the throne. It's another thing to be in line with the throne along with other people. You do not want to find yourself in a succession dispute. There's only one way out of it. Well, for most. There's two ways out of it, but only one person gets the good option. Well, despite some ongoing tensions with other Mongol Khanates, such as those led by Hulagu and Berke, Kublai's authority at this point was largely recognized, and those who didn't recognize it, well, they didn't really have the guts to go up against him. After all, he had the numbers. The complex political dynamic within the Mongol Empire was categorized by significant internal conflicts, particularly involving the Ilkhanate and the Golden Horde. The relationships between different branches of Genghis's descendants were strained, influenced heavily by these conflicts over succession, but also territorial control. Thus, Hulagu Khan's actions, such as the purge of Jochid troops, and his overt support for Kublai during the latter's power struggle with Arik, escalated tensions with the Golden Horde, which was led by Berke. Berke's support for Arik and his war with Hulagu culminated in open hostilities, a situation that intensified when Kublai sent 30,000 young Mongol reinforcements to aid Hulagu, aiming to stabilize the political crisis in the western regions of the empire. However, the sudden deaths of both Hulagu and Berke in 1264, followed shortly by Algu Khan of the Chagatai Khanate, marked another turning point. Kublai, in his official account of his family's history, notably omitted Berke's name as a Khan due to these conflicts, literally writing him out of the pages of history. Well, not completely, I'm afraid. I'm sure that Kublai's not very happy that I'm talking about him right now, and using that word, Khan. Well, in the aftermath, Kublai made strategic appointments to consolidate power and align regional loyalties. He named Abaka as the new Il-Khan, and appointed Batu's grandson Mentemu to the throne of Sarai, which was the capital of the Golden Horde. These appointments showed his intent to maintain suzerainty over the Il-Khans and manage the Golden Horde's interactions with other Khanates. In 1265, his influence over the Chagatai Khanate was challenged when Empress Organa placed her young son, Mubarak Shah, on the throne, without Kublai's approval. Thus, in response, Kublai supported Ghiyas-ud-Din Barak to overthrow Organa. However, Barak's subsequent expansionist actions led to a coalition against Kublai, involving Kaidu of the House of Ogedei, who refused to attend Kublai's court and later aligned with Mentemu of the Golden Horde. But Kublai's foreign policy extended beyond the Mongol heartlands. In Korea, he solidified Mongol control by mobilizing another invasion and placing Wonjong of Goryeo on the throne. Think of Goryeo as the old word for Korea. I won't go into the intricacies of different Korean dynasties right now, but if you hear Goryeo, you know that they're talking about Korea. Well, his dealings with the Song dynasty in China were marked by failed diplomatic missions, and subsequent military campaigns. Despite the Song Emperor Li Zong's refusal to surrender, Kublai continued his military presence, culminating in the critical siege of Xianyang and plans for a final campaign against the Song. Kublai's military strategies were of course supported by logistical efforts, such as a revised census in the Golden Horde to gather resources for his campaigns. Moreover, his efforts to mediate conflicts between the Golden Horde and Il Khanate in 1270, despite their divergent interests, show his more softer approach. He didn't use it that much, but hey, it was certainly one stabilizing force within the Mongol Empire. Not everything has to be solved with fists, don't you think? In 1271, Kublai renamed the Mongol regime in China to Dai Yuan, aligning himself with the Chinese cultural norms to gain acceptance of the millions of Han Chinese over whom he ruled, and it was a smart decision. It's far better for the millions of people that you rule to be on good terms with you. Causes a bit of trouble if they're not keen on your leadership. He relocated the headquarters to Kanbalik, which is now known as Beijing. You may also hear of it mentioned as Dadu, which means big capital, by the way. This transition sparked an uprising in the old capital, Karakorum, which Kublai managed to suppress. Despite his efforts to integrate, his inclination towards Han Chinese customs drew criticism from Mongol traditionalists, who questioned his abandonment of their ancestral ways, and warned, "The old customs of our empire are not those of the Han Chinese laws. What will happen to the old customs?" Good question. His approach led to tensions with the Mongol elite, with Kaidu declaring himself a rightful heir to the throne, claiming that Kublai had strayed from the true Mongol path. This led to significant defections to Kaidu's cause. You know, it's eerily reminiscent of Alexander the Great arriving in Persia and taking on their customs and dress. Very eerily reminiscent. History repeats itself, I suppose. Well, by 1276, the Song imperial family had capitulated to Kublai's Yuan dynasty, marking the Mongols as the first non-Han rulers to conquer all of China. In 1279, Kublai's forces subdued the remaining Song loyalists, after which the Song Empress Dowager and her grandson, Emperor Gong of Song, were settled in Kanbalik and granted tax-free property. Despite initially ensuring their well-being, Kublai later exiled Emperor Gong to become a monk in Jiangye. Kublai's reign saw extensive cultural and infrastructural developments, including the creation of over 20,000 public schools. His was an empire that stretched across much of Eurasia, though his attempts to extend his influence further through military campaigns in places like Vietnam, Burma, and Japan saw a large failure, achieving only nominal vassal status from those regions. His nephew Ilkhan Abaga attempted to form an alliance with Western European powers to combat the Mamluks in the Middle East, though these efforts primarily fostered trade rather than military success. Internally, Kublai was facing challenges including a rebellion led by Mongke's son Shireki in 1277, which resulted in the capture of Kublai's two sons and a key general, who were promptly handed over to Kaidu, Kublai's rival. Despite these challenges, Kublai managed to suppress the rebellion and reassert control over strategic regions like Al-Malik. Culturally, Kublai's policies sometimes caused discontent. His 1279 decree against certain religious slaughtering practices sparked opposition within those communities. His reign was also marked by his efforts to stabilize the Mongol rule over the very diverse populations, illustrated by the peaceful return of his sons in 1282 through diplomatic overtures from the Golden Horde, which also sought to mend its ties with the Yuan dynasty. From the onset of his reign as Great Khan, Kublai prioritized establishing China as his primary stronghold, recognizing the necessity of a centralized government. He adopted Chinese administrative and cultural practices early in his reign, and aimed to curtail the power of regional lords who had wielded significant influence during the Song dynasty. He also placed a great amount of trust in his Chinese advisors, such as Liu Bingzhong, Xu Heng, until around 1276, and also employed many Buddhist Uyghurs, assigning some as commissioners in charge of Chinese districts. He appointed the Sakya Iyama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa as his imperial preceptor, granting him authority over all Buddhist monks in the empire. After Phags Palama developed the Phags Pa script in 1270, he was promoted to an imperial preceptor. Kublai founded the Supreme Control Commission, overseen by Phags Palama, to manage affairs related to Tibetan and Chinese monks. During Phags Pa's absence in Tibet, the Tibetan monk Sangha resumed high office, renaming the commission to the Commission for Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs. By 1286, Sangha had become chief fiscal officer of the dynasty. However, corruption among these advisors eventually disillusioned Kublai, leading him to depend entirely on the younger Mongol aristocrats for governance. Notably, An Tong of the Jalairs and Bayan of the Barin served as grand councillors from 1265, while Oz Temur of the Arulad managed the censorate, and Ochicha, a descendant of Borukula, led the Imperial Guard and Palace Provision Commission. Now, in the 8th year of Juyuan, being 1271, Kublai formally established the Yuan dynasty and the declared Dadu, modern-day Beijing, known to the Mongols as Kanbalik or Daidu, as the capital. But he also set up a summer capital in Shangdu, also known as Xanadu, located near the present-day Dolon Nor. To consolidate his control over China, he initiated a major campaign against the remaining forces of southern Song in 1274, culminating in the conquest of Song in 1279 at the Battle of Yamen. This marked the end of the southern Song, with the last emperor Zhao Bing taking his own life, thereby unifying China under modern rule, Mongol rule rather. The Yuan dynasty, under Kublai, structures its vast territories into provinces known as, translated, branch secretariats, each managed by a governor and a vice-governor. These provinces included China proper, Manchuria, Mongolia, and Jiandong branch extending into Korea. The central region, encompassing much of present-day northern China, was directly administered by the Zhongshu Sheng in Dadu, and deemed the most crucial area of the empire. Additionally, Tibet was governed separately by the Bureau of Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs. Kublai was committed to economic growth all over the empire, evident in his efforts to rebuild the Grand Canal, repair public buildings, and expand highways, yet his policies often incorporated traditional Mongol practices, which increasingly conflicted with established Chinese economic and social norms as his reign progressed. In 1272 he imposed taxes on partner merchants of the Mongols and established the Office of Market Taxes in 1268 to oversee these taxes. Following the Mongol victory over the Song, Muslim, Uyghur, and Chinese merchants extended their trade networks to the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean. By 1286, maritime trade also fell under the jurisdiction of the Office of Market Taxes, with salt production becoming a significant government monopoly. And salt, well, that was big business. How else are you going to preserve your food? I'm sure there's other ways, but salt is the one that makes the most sense. The Mongol administration had been issuing paper currency since 1227. In August of 1260, Kublai introduced a unified paper currency, the Jiao Chao, which circulated through the yuan domains indefinitely and was backed by silver and gold to prevent devaluation. The government mandated tax payments in this paper currency to maintain its value. However, in 1273, Kublai released a new series of state-sponsored bills to fund his conquest of the Song, which ultimately contributed to severe inflation and economic decline due to a good amount of fiscal mismanagement. In a bid to enforce the currency's use, Kublai's regime confiscated gold and silver from the populace and foreign merchants, compensating them with the government-issued notes, marking him as a pioneer of fiat currency. But good luck trying to take away gold from everybody. They generally don't appreciate that. Well, it wasn't all about confiscating people's money. He was also a patron of the arts and displayed a high degree of religious tolerance during his rule. Despite his opposition to certain Taoist practices and that sacrifice banning event, he respected the Taoist leadership overall, appointing Zhang Liushan as the patriarch of the Taoist Xuanjiao, or mysterious order. Under Zhang's guidance, Taoist temples were integrated into the Academy of Scholarly Worthies, enhancing their cultural significance and educational role. This period also saw significant interactions with Europe, exemplified by the arrival of the explorer Marco Polo in the 1270s. I've done a full video on him if you're interested, but for now we'll just say that he was appointed as a foreign emissary, and Polo spent 17 years traveling throughout the empire, providing a detailed account of his experiences. Well, during the transition from the Southern Song to the Yuan dynasty, a notable episode involved the Confucian lineage. Historically, the title of Duke Yan Sheng, reserved for direct descendants of Confucius, had been split between a northern branch in Qufu and a southern branch in Quzhou, following the Jin dynasty's rise. Kublai extended an invitation to the southern Duke Yan Sheng, being Kongzhu, to return to Qufu. However, upon his refusal, the title was considered under the northern branch, which continued to hold it thereafter. The southern branch remained in Chuzhou, where descendants of Confucius still live, reportedly numbering around 30,000. Kublai's reign also saw strict decrees related to religious practices. The Yuan dynasty under Kublai forbade the butchering of animals according to Islamic and Jewish legal codes, reflecting a broader imposition of Mongol cultural norms over conquered peoples. But practices such as circumcision were explicitly banned, further illustrating the tensions between the Mongol imperial policies and the diverse religious traditions for the empire's subjects. If you ask me on the latter point, they were ahead of their time. Well, in Kublai's court, 30 Muslims held prominent positions, reflecting the Mongol Empire's diverse administrative practices. Notably, 8 of the dynasty's 12 administrative districts were governed by Muslim governors, including figures like Sayyid Ajal Shams al-Din Omar, who was appointed as the administrator of Yunnan. Omar was well versed in Confucian and Taoist traditions and is credited with promoting Islam in China. Other key Muslim administrators included Nasr al-Din in Yunnan and Mahmud Yalavach, who served as the mayor of the Yuan capital. Kublai's support extended beyond administration to the patronage of Muslim scholars and scientists, particularly in the fields of astronomy and cartography. Muslim astronomers were instrumental in the construction of the observatory in Shanxi, where Jamal ad-Din introduced 7 new astronomical instruments and concepts, leading to significant corrections in the Chinese calendar. Muslim cartographers, meanwhile, produced detailed maps of regions along the Silk Road, enhancing geographical knowledge of the Yuan dynasty's rulers and merchants. This contribution was crucial for the expansion and management of the empire's vast territories. And in the medical field, Muslim physicians played their own role in organizing hospitals and establishing institutes of medicine in major cities like Beijing and Chengdu. The renowned Guanghui Si, or the Department of Extensive Mercy in Beijing, was a center where Hui medicine and surgery were practiced and taught. Now, Hui, by the way, is a Muslim minority group in modern China in these times, and such as it was back in those times. And they have very good noodles, by the way. Well, additionally, the works of the Persian scholar Avicenna were published in China during this period and influenced Chinese medical practices. In terms of mathematics, Muslim scholars introduced Euclidean geometry, spherical trigonometry, and Arabic numerals to China, significantly impacting the scientific and educational landscape of the Yuan. Kublai, well, he also employed Muslim siege engineers, who developed the Muslim trebuchet. This powerful siege weapon was crucial during the Battle of Xiangyang, demonstrating the tactical and technological advancements that the Islamic experts brought to the Mongol military apparatus. Kublai, while limiting the traditional roles of the Keshig, established a new imperial bodyguard, initially composed entirely of ethnic Han Chinese, later augmented with Kipchak, Alan, and Russian units. By 1273, Kublai had organized his own Keshig and placed the original units under the leadership of the descendants of Genghis Khan's trusted aides, Borokula, Burchu, and Mukali. He introduced the practice of having the four major aristocrats in his Kusheg sign decrees, a protocol that was adopted across all Mongol Khanates. Thus both Mongol and Han units were structured using the decimal system established by Genghis. The Yuan dynasty, under Kublai's leadership, eagerly incorporated new artillery technologies and adapted military strategies that proved crucial in the swift conquest of the Song, partly by assimilating advanced naval techniques from the Han. In 1285, the Drikung Kagyu sect revolted, targeting the Sakya monasteries, and received support from the Chagatai Khan, Dua, who laid siege to Gaochang and overrun Yuan positions in the Tarim Basin. Kaidu subsequently captured Beshbalik in 1286, pushing many Uyghurs to retreat to the eastern regions of the Yuan domain. The rebellion was decisively crushed in 1291 by Kublai's grandson, Bukat Timur, who executed 10,000 Tibetans, and with that, Tibet was well and truly subjugated. Kublai also extended his influence over the Korean peninsula, turning Goryeo into a tributary state in 1260. After additional military interventions, Goryeo was placed under tighter Yuan control and served as a strategic Mongol military base, contributing troops and naval forces for further Mongol expansion. Despite resistance from Confucian advisors, Kublai pursued aggressive expansion into Japan, Burma, Vietnam, and Java. That's down in Indonesia, by the way, the main island, following recommendations from his Mongol officials. He also aimed to subdue peripheral regions like Sakhalin, which is kind of the northeast part of Russia, which eventually acknowledged Mongol authority by 1308, but that was after Kublai's death. Well, yes, he had some big plans. However, these military campaigns were enormously costly. He had bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, and it led to significant inflation. This was also exacerbated by the massive issuance of that paper currency, which increased from 110,000 ding to 1.4 million between 1273 and 76 due to the warfare with the southern Song dynasty and Japan. Too many fronts, and not enough money. Well, his regime was marked by a distinctly multicultural administration, featuring trusted governors and advisors from Mongol, Semu, Korean, Hui, and Han ethnicities, a diverse cabinet that was essential to the governance and expansion of strategies of the empire. Due to ongoing support for the faltering southern Song dynasty by the Woko pirates, Kublai was compelled to initiate military campaigns against Japan. Kublai orchestrated two significant military expeditions aimed at conquering Japan, both of which were undermined by maritime challenges and potentially flawed ship designs that resembled river boats lacking proper keels, resulting in catastrophic loss of his fleets. His first invasion in 1274 employed a fleet of 900 ships. The subsequent more ambitious attempt in 1281 saw the mobilization of two separate forces, one consisting of 900 ships deploying 40,000 troops from Korea, and a larger armada of 3,500 ships carrying 100,000 soldiers from southern China. This latter fleet, hastily assembled and ill-prepared for oceanic conditions, set sail in November of the same year, 1281, towards Japan. They managed to conquer Tsushima and Iki Islands along the way to Kyushu. When the Korean fleet landed at Hakata Bay on June 23rd, the Chinese fleet had yet to arrive. Although the Mongols established a temporary foothold, they were eventually driven back by the Japanese forces during the battles of Akasaka and Torikaigata. Samurai warriors engaged the Mongol invaders in individual combat, starkly contrasting with the Mongol strategy of cohesive unit-based warfare. The Mongols resisted initially, employing explosives and a barrage of arrows, but the disciplined Japanese forces eventually forced them back to their ships. The Japanese, heavily outnumbered, had fortified their coastline effectively, preventing any significant advance by Mongol forces. There is research that has discovered wreckage from the second invasion fleet off the western coast of Takashima district in Shiga province. Findings suggest that Kublai's rush to assemble an enormous fleet within a single year, a process that ideally required upwards of 5 years, compromised the structural integrity of the ships used. Many were just inadequately built. It's theorized that the use of proper ocean-going vessels with curved keels could have allowed the Mongol navy to survive the journey and potentially succeed in their conquest of Japan. But, well, they didn't succeed. But the failed invasions were not only militarily disastrous, but also economically draining. But they also shattered the myth of Mongol invincibility across Eastern Asia. Kublai was reportedly determined to launch a third invasion, undeterred by the immense costs and the blows to his and Mongol prestige. However, his death and the unanimous opposition from his advisors ultimately prevented another attempt. Between 1257 and 1292, Kublai launched 5 separate invasions of Dai Viet, modern Vietnam, focusing primarily on the major campaigns of 1258, 85, and 87. Despite significant military setbacks, these incursions are often viewed by some scholars as successful, because they resulted in Dai Viet establishing tributary relations with the Mongols, signifying a nominal Yuan dominance. In contrast, Vietnamese historical records celebrate these events as a resolute victory against what they refer to as the Mongol yokes. While the initial Mongol incursion in 1258, which occurred under the United Mongol Empire, was part of a strategic effort to find new routes for attacking the Song dynasty. Led by General Uriyankadai, the Mongols captured the then abandoned Vietnamese capital of Thang Long, which is now the modern city of Hanoi. This success, however, was short-lived, as the general soon redirected his forces northward in 1259 to join a larger coordinated attack on the Song dynasty, occurring simultaneously in regions such as Guangxi, Sichuan, Shandong, and Henan. The first invasion established Dai Viet, previously a tributary state to the Song dynasty, as now a tributary state under the Yuan dynasty. With ambitions to increase tribute and exert direct control, the Yuan dynasty initiated another invasion of Dai Viet in 1285. The second invasion, aimed at consolidating Yuan authority, did not achieve its intended objectives, prompting their third invasion 2 years later in 1287. The goal during this campaign was to depose the resistant Dai Viet ruler Tran Nan Tong and replace him with the defector prince Tran Ik Tak. Despite achieving early tactical victories, the Mongols faced significant resistance and subsequent military defeats. Ultimately, both Dai Viet and the neighboring Champa, seeking to avoid further destruction and conflict, acknowledged the nominal supremacy of the Yuan dynasty, accepting their status as tributary states. Kublai Khan's military endeavors in Burma across 3 campaigns in 1277, 83, and 87 led to the capture of Bagan, the capital of the Bagan kingdom. Although the Mongols established control, they only managed to assert a formal suzerainty over the region, making Bagan a tributary state that continued to send tributes to the Yuan court until its fall to the Ming dynasty in 1368. The primary interests of the Mongols in these regions were mainly commercial and to secure the tributary relationships, and not just to annex more territory. Kublai also cultivated strong diplomatic ties with Southeast Asia, particularly with Siam, engaging with Prince Mang Rai of Chiang Mai and King Ram Kam Heng of Sukhothai. He encouraged the Siamese to confront the Khmers following their southward displacement from Nanchao. This strategic move came after King Jayavarman the eighth of the Khmer Empire defiantly refused to pay tribute to the Mongols, going as far as throwing the Mongol envoys into prison. The subsequent Siamese military pressure significantly weakened the Khmer Empire. In response, the Mongols launched a land invasion from Champa into Cambodia in 1283, achieving control by 1284, and by 1285, Jayavarman VIII capitulated, paying tribute to Kublai, thereby once like everybody else, transforming Cambodia into a vassal state. And thus we find ourselves in the twilight years of Kublai's reign, where he organized a sizable naval expedition against Singasari on Java in 1293. Despite initial successes, the Mongol forces encountered stiff resistance from the emerging Majapahit Empire and suffered considerable losses, compelling them to withdraw. By 1294, the same year Kublai died, the Thai kingdoms of Sukhothai and Chiang Mai had acknowledged their vassalage to the Yuan. Kublai's reign marked a significant period of direct East Asia and European contact, bolstered by the Mongol dominion over Central Asian trade routes, and a very efficient postal system. It was an era that saw an influx of Europeans and Central Asians, merchants, travelers, and missionaries into China. Additionally, the Mongols facilitated travel for its own subjects across vast regions, stretching from Rus to Persia, and of course Mesopotamia. In his global diplomatic engagements, Kublai also reached out to the African continent. The Sultanate of Mogadishu, known for its prior trade connections with Chinese regimes, drew Kublai's attention. Marco Polo noted that Kublai initially sent an envoy to spy on Mogadishu, but after the delegation was captured, he dispatched another envoy to negotiate their release. Following his proclamation as Khagan on May of 1260, Kublai initiated an extensive organizational and developmental agenda across his newly established domain. Among his early actions was to address unrest in Da-Ming by dispatching the central government official Zhang Wenqian, accompanied by his friend Guo Shuojing, a distinguished engineer and astronomer known for his expertise in instrument making. During this mission, Guo constructed sophisticated astronomical instruments, such as water clocks and armillary spheres, enhancing the precision of celestial observations. The architectural development of Kublai's capital, Khanbalik, modern-day Beijing, was also a focus. The city's design was overseen by the Turkestani architect Ikhtar al-Din, known as Igder. And while the renowned newer artisan Araniko constructed the white stupa which became the city's most prominent structure. Recognizing Guo Shoujing's capabilities in hydraulic engineering, Zhang recommended him to Kublai Khan, who was keen on improving water management for irrigation, grain transportation, and flood control. And if you know anything about China, they certainly need flood control. Guo was tasked with enhancing the water supply system between Dadu and the Yellow River. He successfully sourced water from the Baifu Spring in Mount Shen, directing it to Dadu through a newly built 30-kilometer channel. His innovative approach included connecting water supplies across different river basins and installing sluices in canals to regulate water levels, significantly improving the infrastructure. Kublai's satisfaction with Guo's achievements in Dadu led to further assignments. In 1264, Guo was dispatched to Gansu to repair irrigation systems damaged during the Mongol conquests. Accompanied by Zhang, he extensively surveyed the region, devising plans to unblock and enhance the efficiency of the existing water systems. Detailed reports of their findings and recommendations were sent directly back to Kublai. During the Jin dynasty's conquest, Genghis Khan had allotted substantial territories in Manchuria to his younger brothers. Their progeny staunchly backed Kublai when he was crowned in 1260, though the newer generations aspired for greater autonomy. Adhering to Ogedei Khan's policies, Kublai allowed Mongol nobles to appoint overseers within their domains, but maintained overall authority, reinforcing his stance by placing his son Mangala in direct control of Chang'an and Shanxi by 1272. By 1274, Kublai initiated investigations, led by Lian Xixien, into excesses of power among the Mongol rulers in Manchuria, culminating in the full integration of the Liatung region under imperial control by 1284. The bureaucratization efforts instigated by Kublai triggered a lot of resistance, notably from Nayan, a descendant from one of Genghis Khan's brothers, either Temujin or Belgutei. The historical records about Nayan are somewhat unclear due to multiple princes sharing the name, but we do know that Nayan sought an alliance with Kaidu, Kublai's rival in Central Asia, and rallied support from Manchuria's native Jurchens and Water Tatars, which were reeling from a famine. His rebellion attracted widespread support within the Mongol nobility, including direct descendants of Genghis. The insurrection, however, suffered early from detection and hesitant leadership, allowing Kublai to respond swiftly, not shiftily. Well, he dispatched his commander Bayan to disrupt any alliance between Nayan and Kaidu by securing Karakorum, while personally leading another contingent against the insurgents in Manchuria. During the crucial confrontation on June the 14th, Kublai's forces, bolstered by Han and Allen guards under Li Ting, and troops from Chungyol of Goryeo, remember, that's Korea, decisively engaged Nayan's 60,000 unseasoned warriors. Following the intense combat, Nayan's forces retreated, leading to their nighttime rout by Li Ting. Nayan was thus captured and executed traditionally for Mongol royalty, smothered under felt carpets, avoiding the spilling of royal blood. Still not a good way to go. At least you're nice and warm, I suppose. While simultaneously, Shiktur, another rebel prince, attempted to take Liaoning, that's up in the northeast of China near Dalian, but was quickly defeated. Although Kaidu momentarily seized Karakorum in 1289, he retreated upon Kublai's counter-mobilization. The remaining uprisings, largely fragmented, persisted until 1289, met with relentless suppression by Kublai. The aftermath saw a strategic reorganization, with the establishment of the rebels' appointed officials in Mongolia and Manchuria, solidifying Kublai's dominion and quelling dissent among the Mongol ranks. In 1291, to secure his dominion over the sacred burial site of his grandfather Genghis Khan, Kublai sent his grandson Gamala to Burkan Khaldun, a region zealously guarded by the Kublai dynasty as Ik-Korig. During this period, Bayan had solidified control over Karakorum and its environs, effectively stifling any significant military challenges from Kublai's longtime rival Kaidu, who remained quiescent around 1293. From then, Kublai's forces were successful in driving Kaidu's troops from the central Siberian plateau. The death of his beloved wife Chabi in 1281 marked a turning point for Kublai, who gradually became reclusive, distancing himself from advisors and instead relaying commands through another of his queens, Nambui. Unlike the influential female figures of his grandfather's era, Kublai's wives and daughters maintained a notably low profile throughout his court. His preferred successor had been his son Genghis, appointed head of the Zhongshu Sheng and groomed as a Confucian leader. However, internal family discord surfaced when another one of their sons, Nomukan, resentful of Genghis' status as heir, was subsequently banished to the north. In 1285, an official suggestion that Kublai abdicate in favor of Genghis provoked the Khagan's ire, and he refused to see Genghis, who died a year later in 1286, greatly affecting Kublai. Perhaps a little bit of regret. Can't take it back once they're gone, can't you? But the latter years of Kublai's reign were overshadowed by these personal tragedies and military failures, particularly in Vietnam and Japan, which only deepened his melancholy. His grief over the losses of his wife and his heir, coupled with his health problems exacerbated by obesity, gout, and diabetes, led him to indulge excessively in alcohol and the rich traditional Mongol diet. And if you've ever been to a Mongolian restaurant, you can hardly blame him. Well, his physical and mental health declined sharply, and by the end of 1293 he withdrew from public ceremonies, including the traditional New Year's celebration. In his final days, he named Genghin's son Temur as the crown prince, ensuring the succession of his lineage. In search of solace during his last illness, only Bayan, significantly younger yet a familiar face, was deemed suitable to comfort him. His health continued to deteriorate until he passed away in February of 1294, at the age of 78, which is not bad for the 13th century. His remains were transported to Mongolia, joining those of the past Khans in their ancestral burial grounds, his place among the kings. Genghis Khan, a name that echoes through history as a symbol of conquest, innovation, and transformation. Emerging from the harsh steppes of Mongolia, this legendary figure rose from humble beginnings to establish the largest contiguous empire that the world has ever seen. His story is one of resilience, strategy, and a complex legacy that has fascinated scholars, leaders, and adventurers alike for centuries. Genghis Khan's impact on culture, warfare, and the political landscape of the Eurasian continent remains a subject of awe and debate, making his life a captivating saga of power, ambition, and the indomitable will to shape destiny. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to have you here with me again. If you'd like to support the channel, go take a look at my Patreon. Otherwise, like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so. Now, without further ado, let's get on to our topic for today, a complete biography of Genghis Khan, also known as Temujin. The exact year of Temujin's birth remains a subject of debate, with proposed dates likely including 1155, 1162, and perhaps 1167. Some sources link his birth to the year of the pig of the Chinese calendar, making it potentially 1155 or 1167, being that they're 12 years apart. Notably, the accounts of Zhao Hong and Rashid al-Din support 1155, while other authoritative texts such as the History of the Yuan and the Shengwu Qi argue for 1162. Another preference for 1167, based on a lesser-known source, aligns more closely with the events of Genghis Khan's life, suggesting an early birth year may misrepresent his age at pivotal moments. Now, despite this, we generally arrive to the date of 1162 as the widely accepted date of his birth, although it is recognized that Temujin himself may not have known his exact birth date. His birthplace is also debated, with the secret history specifying Delun Boldog near the Onon River, but interpretations vary between Dadal in the Khenti province and southern Agin Buryat Okrug in Russia. Temujin was born into the Borjigin clan to Yesugei, their chieftain claiming descent from the legendary Bodonchar Munkag, and his principal wife, Ho Elun, from the Olkonud clan, whom Yesugei had taken from her Merkit fiancé. The origin of Temujin's name is also disputed. Early traditions suggest it was in honor of a Tatar captive, symbolizing his father's victory, while later interpretations link it to the word Temur, meaning iron, possibly with the implication of the word blacksmith. Myths about his birth include him holding a blood clot, signifying a future warrior status. Also tales of a divine light, signifying his destined greatness. Yasuge and Hoelun had 4 more children, and Temujin actually had 2 half-brothers from Yasuge's second wife. At 8 years old, Temujin was betrothed to Borte of the Ongirat tribe, a strategic alliance for Yasuge. The agreement required Temujin to live with Borte's family, a common practice at the time to solidify such unions. Tragically, on his return journey, Yasuge was poisoned by Tatars, managing to return home only to die shortly after. His final wish was for a trusted retainer to bring Temujin back from the Ongirat, marking a beginning of tumultuous but remarkable life that would eventually lead to the rise of the great Khan. The death of Yasuge fractured the unity among the Borjigin, Tayuchiud, and other associated clans, leaving the family vulnerable in the wake of his passing. With Temujin merely a boy of about 10, and his brother, Bechter, slightly older, neither were deemed fit to lead. Consequently, the Tayuchiud quickly distanced themselves, sidelining Hoelun and her children from crucial ancestor worship ceremonies that followed Yasuge's death. Now, despite Hoelun's pleas for unity, appealing to the clan's sense of honor, the family found themselves completely abandoned, a narrative confirmed by most historical accounts, though some suggest Yasuge's brothers may have initially supported the widow. This abandonment forced Hoelun and her children into a rather precarious existence, reliant on foraging and hunting for survival. The tension within the family escalated as Temujin and Better grew, each with potential claim to Yasuge's legacy. Better's seniority and the possibility of his levirate marriage to Hoelun put him at odds with Temujin. This rivalry culminated in Temujin and his brother Kasar taking the drastic step of murdering Bechter, a decisive act that went quite against social norms and was notably absent from the official chronicles, though it was detailed in the secret histories. Now, during these naturally tumultuous times, Temujin formed a significant bond with Jamuka, a peer of noble birth, marked by the traditional Mongol blood oath, indicating the beginning of enduring alliances that would shape his future. The absence of allies to Temujin's capture by adversaries, yet his charismatic nature facilitated not only his escape, but also the forging of new bonds, like that with Bo or Chu, who would become a loyal companion. These early experiences, detailed in the secret history, underscored Temujin's emerging leadership qualities and personal charisma that would eventually become legendary as he rose to become Genghis Khan. Moving on now, at the age of 15, upon reaching adulthood, Temujin returned to marry Burte, the daughter of Serene. This reunion was warmly received, marking the beginning of their life together with generous gifts, including a sable cloak from Serene's wife Khotan to Temujin's mother Ho-Erlun. With the aspiration of securing a powerful ally, Temujin sought the patronage of Togrul, the Khan of the Kiryat tribe and a former ally to his father. Togrul, ruling over a vast domain in central Mongolia and wary of his own followers' loyalty, was persuaded by the gesture of the sable cloak and offered Temujin his protection. This alliance enabled Temujin to start building his own network of followers, including notable figures like Gelmay. During this period, both Temujin and Burte welcomed their first child, a daughter named Ko-Jin. However, the peace was short-lived. The Merkits, seeking vengeance for the earlier abduction of Ho-Erlun by Yasuge, launched a raid on Temujin's camp, kidnapping Burte, among others. This act of aggression compelled Temujin to seek assistance from Togrul and his childhood friend and blood brother Jamuka, who was now a prominent leader himself. Their combined forces, totaling 40,000 warriors, successfully recaptured Burte, who by then was pregnant. The birth of Jochi, following her return, stirred natural controversy regarding his paternity, a theme that persisted throughout Jochi's life, illustrating the complex interplay of loyalty, honor, and lineage in Mongol society. This narrative divergence in historical accounts underscores the delicate balance between preserving a leader's reputation and the unvarnished truths of their personal life. Over the years, Temujin and Burte expanded their family, welcoming 3 more sons, who would of course play pivotal roles in the later Mongol Empire, and of course several daughters. Evolving relationship between Temujin and Jamuka, marked by their renewed Anda pact and shared experiences, hints at deeper complexities within their bond, potentially challenging traditional interpretations of Mongol brotherhood. Their relationship, however, eventually soured, leading to a split influenced by both strategic disagreements and personal dynamics, including the potential ambitions of Burte. The division between Temujin and Jamuka resulted in a significant shift of allegiances among the Mongol tribes. While many leaders remained with Jamuka, a noteworthy group of 41 leaders, along with a wide swath of commoners from diverse tribes, chose willingly to follow Temujin. This shift marked a pivotal moment in Temujin's ascent, highlighting the magnetic pull of his leadership and vision for a unified Mongol nation, laying the groundwork for the emergence of his legendary empire. Temujin's recognition as Khan marked a turning point, leading to rivalry with Jamukha and eventual conflict at Dalan Baljut. Though accounts vary, the battle was a pivotal moment in Temujin's life nonetheless. Subsequent years, possibly spent under the Jin dynasty in North China, suggested by modern historians and ancient records, remain a subject of debate, but are seen as a crucial period of development, despite the potential stigma it carried for Mongol prestige. This period, obscured in Mongol records, highlights a rather complex interplay of loyalty, rivalry, but also survival that characterized Temujin's rise to power. Upon his return to the Mongolian steppes in the early summer of 1196, Temujin engaged in a joint campaign with the Jin dynasty against the Tatars, who had begun to challenge Jin authority. In recognition of his contributions, the Jin bestowed upon him the title Cha-ut-kuri, likely translating to a rank akin to Commander of the Hundreds, within the Jurchen hierarchy. Simultaneously, he aided Togrul, the Kiryat ruler, and his father's Anda, in regaining control over the Kiryat from a rebellious relative backed by the formidable Nayman tribe. These endeavors in 1196 significantly bolstered Temujin's standing on the steppe, transforming him from a nominal vassal of Togrul into a de facto ally of equal stature. The aftermath of Temujin's victory at Dalan Baljut saw a cruel streak in Jamukha, his one-time friend turned rival, who reportedly executed 70 prisoners in a barbaric manner, desecrated the bodies of his adversaries. This brutality led to a wave of defections to Temujin's side, including Yesugei's loyalist Munglig and his offspring, drawn both by aversions to Jamukha's actions and Temujin's ascending power and wealth. Around 1197, Temujin disciplined the Jurchen tribe, which had earlier defied him, by executing their leaders and publicly punishing one of them in a symbolic wrestling match, an act that diverged from traditional Mongol justice and was critically noted in the secret history. In the subsequent years, alliances shifted and battles raged as Temujin, alongside Togrul, engaged the Merkits, Naymans, and Tatars in various campaigns, both jointly and separately. By 1201, a coalition of tribes including the Ongirat, Tayechud, and Tatars united under Jamukha's leadership to challenge the dominance of the Borigin-Kiryat alliance. However, their initial victories were short-lived, as Temujin and Togrul decisively defeated them at Yerdi Chunan, forcing Jamukha to seek mercy from Togrul. Ambitious for total dominance over eastern Mongolia, Temujin vanquished the Tayechud and Tatars by 1202, incorporating their survivors into his own ranks, including notable figures like Sorkhan Shirah and the valiant warrior Jebe. The defeat of the Tatars redefined the political dynamic of the steppe, leaving the Naymans, Mongols, and Kiryat as the principal forces. In a strategic move to solidify his power, Temujin proposed a marriage alliance between his son, Jochi, and one of Togrul's daughters. However, this proposal, marred by doubts about Jochi's paternity, along with Temujin's unconventional promotion of commoners, sparked more than a few tensions. Togrul, swayed by these concerns, and perhaps his son Sengum's fears of losing control, planned to ambush Temujin. Forewarned by local herdsmen, Temujin was fortunately able to mobilize his forces. But however, he ultimately faced a significant defeat at the Battle of Kalakaljid Sands. Following this setback, Temujin retreated to Baljuna, a location not clearly identified, but significant for the pivotal moment it represented in his life. Here, amidst a setting of uncertainty, he waited for his scattered forces to rally. Among those regrouping were key figures such as Bo Orju, who had lost his horse and was making his way on foot, and Temujin's son Ogedei, severely injured but cared for by the valiant Borokula. It was at this juncture that Temujin, seeking to solidify the loyalty of his followers, swore a now famous oath known as the Baljuna Covenant. This pledge not only bound his men to him, but also promised them a share of future glories and privileges. The assembly at Baljuna was notably diverse, comprising men from 9 different tribes, including Christians, Muslims, and Buddhists. Their unity was not founded on common ethnicity, but rather on a shared allegiance to Temujin and a mutual loyalty. This eclectic group would later serve as a prototype for the governance structure of the empire Temujin was to establish, embodying what historians have described as a proto-government of a proto-nation. The multicultural makeup of this assembly, however, was conspicuously absent from the secret history, perhaps an intentional omission to minimize the influence of non-Mongol elements in the narrative of the Mongol Empire's rise. The momentum shifted in Temujin's favor with a strategic maneuver involving his brother, Kasar, that took the Kiryat by surprise at the Jejer Heights. Despite the battle extending over 3 days, the outcome was a resounding victory for Temujin, forcing Togrul and his son, Sengum, into flight. While Sengun found refuge in Tibet, Togrul met his end at the hands of a Nayman warrior, in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Consolidating his power, Temujin absorbed the Kiryat elite into his own tribe. He further strengthened his position through strategic marriages, taking the Kiryat princess Ibarka as a wife and aligning his family with hers through additional matrimonial alliances. The aftermath saw the Naymans, bolstered by the arrival of Jamuka and other defeated foes, bracing themselves for a conflict. However, informed by Alakush, the ruler of the Ongud tribe, Temujin prepared for and decisively won the confrontation at the Battle of Chakermat in the Altai Mountains of May 1204. This victory marked a significant turning point, with the Nayman leader Tayang Khan killed and his son Kuchlug fleeing westward. The year concluded with the subjugation of the Merkits and the betrayal of Jamukha, who, facing defeat, urged Temujin to grant him an honorable death, a request that starkly contrasts with other accounts of his demise. In 1206, a significant gathering by the source of the Onon River, Temujin emerged as the undisputed leader of the steppes and officially adopted the title Genghis Khan, a designation whose origins and implications have sparked much debate among scholars. Some argue that the title was devoid of any intrinsic meaning, representing a departure from traditional titles such as Gur Khan, which had been previously associated with his rival Jamukha. Others interpret Genghis as embodying qualities of strength, righteousness, or firmness. A third line of thought links the title of the Turkic word order for ocean, suggesting a metaphorical meaning of universal ruler, given the ocean's symbolic encapsulation of the world. Now with authority over 1 million people, Genghis Khan initiated a transformative social revolution, addressing the inadequacies of the tribal system that had hindered the establishment of a cohesive state. He set about dismantling the power structures of tribal affiliations, replacing them with a system that demanded unwavering loyalty to the Khan and his family. This reorganization was facilitated by the elimination of many traditional tribal leaders, allowing Genghis to elevate his family to the pinnacle of a new social hierarchy. This elite group, known as the Golden Family or White Bone, was distinguished from the Black Bone, which comprised of the nobility of previous regime and significant new families. Genghis Khan fundamentally restructured Mongol society using a military decimal system to obliterate tribal loyalties. This system conscripted all men aged 15 to 70 into military units of thousands, which were further divided into smaller units, ensuring that military and societal organization were intertwined. By dispersing warriors from conquered tribes across various units, Genghis diluted their old tribal identities, fostering allegiance to the state and its meritorious leaders. This kind of restructuring proved so effective that it prevented the empire's fragmentation along tribal lines, even long after its division, with Genghis's descendants maintaining power in some regions well into the 1700s. It's about 500 years. Pretty good. Genghis's meritocratic approach was evident in his military appointments, where men of humble origins, including the sons of blacksmiths and even a carpenter, were elevated to high command, not based on their lineage, but solely on their abilities and loyalty. The expansion of the Keshig, the elite bodyguard and administrative corps, was a crucial aspect of these reforms. Initially adopted from the Keret in a smaller form, its numbers swelled at the 1206 Kurultai, serving not only just as the Khan's protectors, but also as a military academy and at the heart of government. This elite group enjoyed special privileges and played a pivotal role in the administration and military strategy of the Mongol Empire. Between 1204 and 1209, Genghis Khan dedicated his efforts to fortifying the nascent Mongol nation, a period marked by both internal consolidation and external expansion. A notable internal challenge arose from Kokchu, son of Munglig, and a significant shaman within the Mongol community. Kokchu, who had proclaimed Temujin as Genghis Khan, wielded considerable influence and sought to sow discord within the imperial family, targeting Genghis's brother Khasar, among others. Despite the shaman's growing influence and attempts to undermine his family, intervention by Borte, Genghis's wife, eventually led to Kokchu's downfall, consolidating Genghis's position as the supreme spiritual authority. Behind every good man, you know how the rest goes. Externally, Genghis Khan's expansionist strategies were categorized by military campaigns aimed at extending Mongol domination over neighboring regions. In 1207, Jochi was dispatched northward to bring the Hoi Yin Irgen tribes under Mongol control, thereby securing valuable resources and strategic alliances. The following year, Mongol forces decisively defeated the Naiman-Merkit alliance, further extending their influence into Central Asia. Additionally, the Uyghurs, seeking liberation from the Karakitai, pledged allegiance to Genghis Khan in 1211, marked the first sedentary society to submit to Mongol rule. The Mongols also initiated raids into the Western Shah Kingdom in 1205, driven by a combination of strategic retaliation, economic needs, and the desire to subjugate a potential threat. The Shah's military focus on its southern and western borders left its northern frontier vulnerable, a weakness exploited by the Mongols. In 1209, following a series of raids, Genghis Khan led a full-scale invasion of the Shah territory. Despite initial successes, the Mongols faced challenges in sieging the capital, Zhongxing, due to inadequate siege equipment. The situation was further complicated by an unsuccessful attempt to breach the city by redirecting the Yellow River, which resulted in a Mongol retreat following the failure of the dam. The conflict with the Western Shah concluded with a peace treaty in 1210, wherein the Shah Emperor, Xiangzong, submitted to Mongol demands, providing tribute and solidifying Mongol authority over the region. In 1209, the Jin dynasty witnessed a pivotal shift in power as Wangyan Yongji ascended to the throne, a change that set the stage for a conflict with Genghis Khan. Genghis, who harbored a deep dislike for Yongji stemming from the latter's tenure on the steppe frontier, outright rejected the demand for tribute in 1210, choosing defiance over submission, a decision that propelled the Mongol Empire into war with the Jin dynasty. Despite facing potentially overwhelming odds, with Jin forces possibly outnumbering his own by 8-1, Genghis had been strategically preparing for this confrontation, capitalizing on the Jin's internal vulnerabilities identified as early as 1206. Genghis Khan's invasion of Jin China in 1211, launched after a Kurultai that spring, was driven by a desire for retribution for his historical grievances, and of course, the promise of rich plunder for his forces. The campaign commenced with a rapid advance, facilitated by the Ongud tribe's strategic decision to allow Mongol forces passage, targeting the Jin border defenses. This military strategy aimed at both pillaging and securing strategic passes underscores the Mongols' tactical acumen and the ability to exploit critical enemy weaknesses. The initial phase of the invasion saw significant victories for the Mongols, including the pivotal Battle of Huan-Er-Jue. However, the campaign's momentum was temporarily stalled in 1212, when Genghis was injured during an unsuccessful siege. This setback led to the establishment of a specialized siege engineering corps, bolstering the Mongol army's capability in this crucial area. By the next year of 1213, the Mongols had resumed their advance, achieving a notable victory at Juyong Pass that opened the path to the Jin capital, Zhongdu. The Jin regime, already weakened by internal strife and defections, was further destabilized by a coup that saw the assassination of Yongji. Despite the Mongols facing significant hardships, including an epidemic and a resource shortage as they camped outside of Zhongdu, Genghis managed to negotiate a favorable peace treaty, extracting substantial tribute from the Jin before withdrawing. The aftermath of the campaign saw the Jin capital relocated southwards to Kaifeng, a move Genghis interpreted as a breach of the peace agreement, prompting preparations for a renewed offensive aimed at fully conquering northern China. This decision marked a significant escalation in Genghis Khan's ambitions, ultimately leading to the capture and sacking of Zhongdu in the year 1215. The campaign against the Jin, characterized by both brutal warfare and strategic negotiations, managed to significantly expand Mongol influence, but also showcase Genghis Khan's ruthless and relentless pursuit of dominance in the region. During the formative years of the Mongol Empire, Genghis Khan's administration faced significant challenges both within its expanding borders and from external threats. The appointment of Chorki as governor of the Siberian tribes illustrates the complexities of managing such a diverse empire. Chorchi's government, marked by personal excesses rather than administrative acumen, led to rebellion and the subsequent killing of Borakul, a valued leader among Genghis's ranks. This incident underscored the delicate balance required in empire building, where loyalty and effective governance were sometimes a lot more important than just firing your bow from the back of a horse. Genghis's response, initially inclined toward direct retribution, instead shifted towards a strategic deployment of forces under Jochi, demonstrating a pragmatic approach to crisis management and the restoration of control over crucial territories. The situation with Kuchlug in Central Asia further exemplifies the Mongol Empire's external challenges. Kuchlug, after having seized power in the Karakitai dynasty, presented a distinct threat through his oppressive rule and forced religious conversions, alienating the local Islamic population. The Mongol intervention, led by Jebe, capitalized on the Mongols' policy of religious tolerance, a strategic move that facilitated the undermining of Kuchlug's authority and secured the allegiance of the local elite. Kuchlug's capture and execution not only neutralized a potential threat, but also reinforced the Mongol Empire's commitment to religious tolerance as a cornerstone of its governance, enhancing its reputation and consolidating its control over the newly acquired territories. Genghis Khan's conquests had significantly expanded the Mongol Empire, establishing control over the eastern segments of the Silk Road and bringing him all the way to the borders of the Khwarezmian Empire, a formidable state that at the time dominated Central Asia, Persia, and Afghanistan. The stage was set for another inevitable clash, precipitated by a deadly misunderstanding and a series of aggressive actions. In 1218, a Mongol caravan, endorsed by many from the Mongol elite and carrying a wealth of goods, ventured into Khwarezmia, aiming to revive the lucrative trade disrupted under Kuchlug's rule. The Khwarezmian response, fueled by suspicion and perhaps paranoia about Genghis's expanding influence, was swift and brutal. The governor of Otrar, Inalchuk, attacked the caravan, slaughtering the merchants and confiscating their goods, an act that was either sanctioned by or conveniently ignored by Muhammad II, the Khwarezmian Shah. This murder of a Mongol ambassador sent to negotiate peace further escalated tensions, compelling Genghis to initiate a full-scale campaign against Khwarezmia. Muhammad II's empire, despite its size, was riddled with internal strife and governance challenges, rendering it ill-prepared for the Mongol onslaught. Genghis's strategic maneuvers, characterized by high mobility and tactical ingenuity, quickly overwhelmed the Khwarezmian defenses. The siege of Otrar and the subsequent execution of Inalchuk marked the beginning of a relentless campaign that saw key cities like Bukhara and Samarkand fall to the Mongols one by one. Muhammad's flight and the eventual death on a Caspian island epitomized the collapse of Khwarezmian resistance. The campaign's brutality was, of course, not confined just to battlefield victories. Genghis's forces, under command of his sons and generals, conducted sieges and raids that decimated entire cities, notably in the regions of Khorasan. Cities like Nishapur, Merv, and Herat were systematically destroyed, their populations slaughtered or dispersed, cementing Genghis Khan's reputation as a fearsome conqueror, whose campaigns reshaped the demographic landscapes of the regions that he subdued. This period of conquest not only expanded the Mongol Empire's territory, but also demonstrated Genghis Khan's military genius and his ruthless approach to warfare and governance. The impact of these campaigns on the populations of the conquered regions was profound, with contemporary and later historians recording staggering tolls of destruction and death, figures that, while possibly exaggerated, do still underscore the catastrophic human cost of Mongol expansions. In 1221, Genghis Khan made a strategic decision to halt his Central Asian conquests. This pause was influenced by the challenges of the South Asian climate, which proved incompatible with the Mongol army's operational efficiency, and also unfavorable omens. Despite initial victories and suppression of rebellions in Khorasan, Genghis wisely chose to avoid overextension, establishing the Amu Darya River as the new frontier of his empire. This move underscored his strategic foresight in maintaining the stability of Mongol control over vast territories. During this period, Genghis Khan laid the groundwork for the administrative management of newly conquered regions. The establishment of Darugachi and Baskak positions was crucial in stabilizing these areas, ensuring a return to normalcy and effective governance under Mongol oversight. Additionally, Genghis's encounter with the Taoist patriarch Changchun highlighted his interest in diverse religious teachings and his willingness to grant privileges to religious leaders, which had implications for the religious dynamics within the empire. The shift in focus towards the Western Shah stemmed from their lack of support and perceived insubordination during critical campaigns. This tension, coupled with the Shah's strategic missteps following Mughali's death, prompted Genghis Khan to prepare for an invasion upon his return to Mongolia in early 1225. The campaign against the Western Shah, launched in 1226, was marked by methodical advances and the strategic sacking of cities along the Gansu corridor, showcasing the Mongols' military prowess and determination to subdue resistance. The siege of Lingwu and subsequent defeat of the Shah Relief Army exemplified Genghis Khan's relentless pursuit of expansion and control. His decision to delegate the continuation of his siege to the generals while he and Subutai secured further territories demonstrates his ability to multitask and prioritize strategic objectives. His final campaign against the Western Shah marked a culmination of conquest that had reshaped much of Eurasia. The campaign's end and Genghis's subsequent death in 1227 are pivotal moments in history for the Mongol Empire. Despite suffering from injuries and illness, speculatively caused by a fall, malaria, typhus, bubonic plague, or even a wound from battle, Genghis Khan's determination remained unyielding. He persisted in the siege of Zhongxing, driven by a personal vendetta and the strategic importance of Shah territory. His death, shrouded in secrecy to maintain momentum for the Mongol forces, led to the eventual fall and brutal sacking of Zhongxing, erasing the Shah from the historical landscape in an act that is described as ethnocide. Now, regarding his death, it's fueled various legends and theories. Some historians, like Rashid al-Din and the texts such as History of Yuan, suggest that Genghis Khan suffered from an illness in the months leading up to his death, with possibilities ranging from malaria, typhus, to bubonic plague, and these diseases were not uncommon in the regions where Genghis campaigned, and their severe, often rapid progression could align with the accounts of his health following the hunting accident. Marco Polo, writing several decades after Genghis Khan's death, offers a different narrative, proposing that the Mongol leader was wounded by an arrow during one of his sieges. Now this account, while dramatic, is considered less reliable due to the temporal and geographical distance of Marco Polo from the events he describes. Another source, John of Plano Carpini, a Franciscan friar who traveled through the Mongol Empire in the mid-13th century, provides yet another explanation, suggesting that Genghis Khan was struck by lightning, an account that, while sensational, certainly reflects the mystical aura that surrounds Genghis Khan's life and death. Adding to the mixture of these is the historical conjecture of a popular legend involving Gurbil Chin, purportedly the wife of a Shah emperor, who is said to have injured Genghis Khan fatally during a physical encounter with a hidden dagger. Certainly one way to catch a man off guard. This tale, which is likely apocryphal, illustrates a blend of personal vendetta and the almost supernatural invincibility attributed to Genghis Khan. Think about it. It's suggested that only through deceit and intimate betrayal could such a towering figure be vanished. But most people would say that he had fallen off a horse and eventually developed some other illnesses along with it, all of them compounding to make things a little bit too difficult to get through. The return of his body to Mongolia for burial in a secret location near Burkhan Khaldun, a place of spiritual significance to Genghis, underscores a deep connection between the Khan and his landscape. The sacred site, guarded and deemed off limits, became a symbol of reverence for the Mongol leader, further mystified by the elaborate funeral rites and sacrifices that accompanied Ogedai Khan's accession. His death, however, did not mark the end of the Mongol Empire's expansion, but rather a transition to a new phase under his successors. His legacy, characterized by unparalleled military successes, administrative innovations, and a complex blend of ruthlessness and strategic acumen, continued to influence the course of Eurasian history long after his demise. The Mongol Empire, at its zenith, represented the largest continuous land empire in history, a testament to Genghis Khan's vision and the enduring impact of his leadership. The Mongol invasions of Japan in 1274 and 1281, led by Kublai Khan, a significant military effort aimed at expanding the Mongol Empire. The initial attack in 1274 with a force of 40,000 from Korea and China met fierce resistance from samurai warriors and was thwarted by a devastating typhoon. Undaunted, Kublai Khan mounted a larger assault in 1281, this time involving 140,000 men, but it too was defeated by another typhoon. The Japanese termed it kamikaze, or divine wind. These defeats not only marked the Mongols' first major military failures due to external forces, but also reinforced the samurai's valor and reputation, had a profound impact on Japanese culture, and ultimately showed the world that the Mongols were not as invincible as they seemed. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, great to see you again. We're off on another adventure together. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Congratulations. Liking and subscribing also helps grease the wheels a little bit, but for those who want to go above and beyond, take a look in the video description. You'll find where you want to go. But first, priorities. Let's all get nice and relaxed, and I'll take you back to medieval Japan, the tumultuous 13th century, where the Mongols are knocking at the door. After enduring multiple Mongol invasions between 1231 and 1281, Korea, under the Goryeo dynasty, eventually capitulated to Mongol demands, signaling a treaty that positioned Goryeo as a vassal state to the great and frankly intimidating Mongol Empire. Kublai Khan, who was declared Khagan of the Mongol Empire in 1260, although not universally acknowledged by all Mongol factions, particularly in the West, later established his capital in modern-day Beijing in 1264. In Japan, governance was under the control of the Hojo clan, who acted as shiken, or regents, for the shogunate. They gained prominence following the death of Minamoto no Yorie, the shogun, in 1203, consolidating power through strategic marriages and quite a few political maneuvers. The Hojo effectively sidelined traditional governance structures such as the Council of the Shogunate, the imperial court in Kyoto, and their Gokenin vassals, opting instead to make key decisions within the confines of their private residence in sessions known as Yoriai. Additionally, the Mongols endeavored to extend their influence to the native populations of Sakhalin, that being the Ainu and the Nivka, from 1264 to 1308. But, despite these efforts, there is skepticism regarding whether these activities were genuinely aimed at facilitating an invasion of Japan, or merely represented broader attempts at expanding Mongol control in the region. Either way, between 1266 and 1273, the great Mongol Empire under Kublai and its vassal, the Goryeo Kingdom, attempted to bring Japan under Mongol control through diplomatic missions first. Always try the peaceful route. Well, despite sending 6 envoys to demand Japan's submission, the Japanese simply ignored them. They were not having it. And the Mongols, well, they did not like being ignored. Thus, in 1265, a citizen from Goryeo advised Kublai of the strategic importance of subjugating Japan. Accepting this counsel, Kublai appointed Hyuk Chuk and Un Hong as his emissaries, instructing them to travel via Goryeo and be accompanied by Goryeo envoys. Wonjong of Goryeo, complying with this request, added his officials Sun Kunbi and Kim Chan to the mission. However, their journey was disrupted by a storm, forcing the Mongol envoys to return to their court, much to Kublai's displeasure. On their subsequent attempt, Kublai insisted that Wonjong ensure the envoys reach Japan, exacerbating tensions within Goryeo itself. And during this period, Goryeo's internal politics were strained enough as it is. Kublai's demands led to a confrontation in which a Mongol general, Uya Sondal, was killed by Kim Chun, a powerful Goryeo official. This act of defiance seemed to have put Wonjong in a rather precarious position, fearing Mongol reprisal, while dealing with Kim's increasing insolence. Eventually, Wonjong, in collusion with another official who despised Kim, lured him to court, and once he got there, he was executed. Better luck next time. Meanwhile, the Mongol and Goryeo envoys faced outright disrespect in Japan. Not even a warm, or at least a lukewarm welcome, but an ice-cold shoulder. After being denied entry to the capital, they were lodged outside the city at Tajabu, where they were poorly received and ultimately dismissed after 5 months without any substantive response. Kublai, incredulous at the disregard shown to his representatives, suspected manipulation by Wonjong, and dispatched another mission led by Hukchuk and the Goryeo envoy Simsajun. Despite their efforts, this mission too proved to be fruitless, with envoys leaving Japan in 1268 after their overtures were rebuffed. Now, there is a letter that was written from the Mongol side to the Japanese, and it is wrote thusly in a fair amount of diplomatic language. And I'll read from the following letter now. The Emperor of the Great Mongols, being commissioned by heaven, hereby respectfully presents a letter to the King of Japan. From time immemorial, rulers of small states, the borders of which they closely adjoin, have always endeavored to maintain friendly relationships with each other, and have manifested mutual respect and trust. On our part, we, from the time of our forefathers, have received the mandate of heaven, and have ruled the universe. Innumerable people in far-off lands have learned to fear our power, and have longed for our virtuous rule. When we first ascended to the throne, the innocent and the helpless people of Korea had suffered for long from military struggles. We therefore offered a cessation of hostilities, restored their land, and returned the captive Koreans, young and old. In gratitude, both ruler and people of Korea now present themselves at our court. Although the legal relation between ourselves and the Koreans is that of sovereign and subjects, yet in feeling we are as father and children. We assume that your Highness and your subjects have known this. Korea is our eastern tributary state. Japan is located near to Korea, and since her founding has time and again established relations with the Middle Kingdom. However, since our accession, you have not sent an envoy to our court, nor have you indicated a desire to establish friendly relations with us. We are afraid this is because your kingdom has not yet been well informed of this. Therefore, We now send a special envoy bearing our state papers to inform you of our desire. We hope that henceforth you will enter into friendly relations with us, and that both our people and yours will enjoy peace and harmony. Moreover, the sages consider the entire universe one family. Therefore, if we should not establish friendly relations with each other, how could it be in accordance with the doctrine of one family? Who would care to appeal to arms? I hereby leave the matter to your Highness's careful consideration. End of the letter from the Mongols to the Japanese king. In 1269, a delegation composed of 70 Koreans and Mongols arrived on the island of Tsushima, tasked with securing a response from Japan to Kublai Khan's demands. While the Japanese imperial court was inclined to reply, the Kamakura shogunate, which held real power, chose to override this decision. A letter formally rejecting the Mongol demands was drafted, but ultimately it was never sent. Following this, Kublai dispatched a final diplomatic mission in late 1270 led by Zhao Liangbi. This mission, which included 24 scribes, faced hostility soon after their arrival in Japan in 1271. They were denied an audience with the Japanese king, and after delivering their message and receiving no reply, they were forced to simply pack their things and return home, empty-handed and somewhat disappointed. Not even a good holiday, that's for sure. Zhao Liangbi waited until 1273 for a response before finally returning to China. Upon his return, he advised Kublai against launching an invasion of Japan, citing the Japanese people's warlike nature and the country's lack of significant wealth as deterrents, pretty much telling him that if we do go there, we're going to lose a lot of men, and there's barely anything to plunder anyway. If you were going to turn them into a tributary, they wouldn't really be able to pay too much. The game is simply not worth the candle. Meanwhile, the Japanese took the threats posed by these missions very seriously, particularly after the second mission in 1268. Perceiving it as a sign of impending invasion, Japan mobilized its religious institutions, directing Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples to pray for the repulsion of foreign forces. The central government also suspended most of its regular activities to focus on bolstering defenses, especially in Kyushu, the region closest to the Korean peninsula, and thus the most likely point of any invasion. In April of 1274, under the Yuan dynasty's directive, commanders Holdon and Hong Da-gu were tasked with organizing the invasion force, assembling 15,000 men for this purpose. Korean General Kim Bang-yong was pivotal in the construction of the naval fleet, overseeing the building of various ship types inspired by southern Chinese designs. Notably, involved was Qi Gongzhi from Shandong province, who after aiding in ship design was sent to Korea and subsequently Xiangyang to assist in military efforts against southern China. The fleet comprised 3 different types of ships: 300 large transports known as 1,000 Dan ships, 300 Bartolu fast boats, and 300 supply tenders. Hongdagu managed the large transports construction, while Cha-Chu oversaw the fast boats. The labor, materials, and funding for this project were provided by Goryeo, though not without protests due to the immense burden it placed on them. One can hardly imagine the pay was very good either. While the shipbuilding was completed by July the 5th, 1274, but the fleet's departure was delayed until the 7th lunar month due to administrative delays and the death of Wonjong, the Korean monarch, in July of that same year. The strategic plan outlined by Kublai involved initial assaults on Tsushima and Iki before the main landing at Hakata Bay. The Japanese defense strategy was straightforward, but pretty robust, planning to contest the invaders at every possible point with their Gokunin vassals. Historical records from both sides, of course, tends to exaggerate the size of the opposing forces, with Yuan sources claiming the Japanese numbered 100,000, while Japanese accounts felt vastly outnumbered, suggesting a tenfold disparity. Realistically, the Japanese forces probably numbered between 4,000 to 6,000, while the Yuan invasion force included about 15,000 Mongols, Han Chinese, and Jurchen soldiers, alongside 6,000 to 8,000 Korean troops and 7,000 Korean sailors in various capacities. A notable anecdote from this period involves Tokimune of Kamakura, who, overwhelmed by the imminent threat, sought guidance from his Zen master, Mugaku Sogen, also known as Buko. In a moment of profound anxiety, Tokimune exclaimed, "Finally, there is the greatest happening of my life." Buko queried Tokimune, intended to confront this challenge, to which Tokimune responded with a forceful "Katsu," a shout to intimidate all foes. Buko, pleased, affirmed, "It is true that the son of a lion roars like a lion." This exchange is credited with bolstering Tokimune's resolve and subsequently influenced the spread of Zen and Bushido among the Japanese samurai class. Now, just quickly, that word katsu kind of means like win or be victorious. Now, in Japanese, and I remember in my time in Japan, I was given a gift of several Kit Kats, and it was because I had mentioned to somebody I was taking a test at the time that I was returning to my own country. When I had questioned them why they were giving me Kit Kats, it's because the words sound quite like Kito Katsu, which means basically you will certainly win, or you have to win. It's a very encouraging gift to give to somebody. So, if a Japanese friend of yours is going to take a test or go through some great trial, or perhaps fight off a Mongol invasion, you will perhaps gift them some Kit Kats. Various in their varieties, especially in Japan. Try the green tea ones. Now, I digress back to the 13th century, with its lack of Kit Kats. On November the 2nd, 1274, the Yuan forces embarked from Hoppo, now known as Masan in South Gyeongsang Province, Korea. They initiated their invasion by landing on Tsushima Island just 2 days later. The main landing occurred at Komoda Beach, near Sasura, on the northwestern tip of Tsushima's South Island, Shimono. Additional landings took place in the straits separating Tsushima's 2 main islands, and at 2 sites on the northern island, Kamino. According to a historical account, the Soshi Kafu of the So clan of Tsushima, the deputy governor So Sukekuni was able to organize a defense when the invading fleet was first sighted offshore. On the same day, a local shrine dedicated to Hachiman unexpectedly caught fire. Despite this potentially ominous sign, Sukekuni interpreted it as a divine warning rather than an omen of bad luck. Sukekuni and a contingent of 80 mounted samurai and their followers confronted the Yuan invasion force, which the Soshi Kafu claims consisted of 8,000 warriors aboard 900 ships. Once again, could be a bit of an exaggeration. Well, the Mongol forces landed at Sasura around 2 in the morning on the 4th of November, disregarding attempts by the Japanese to negotiate. They quickly engaged using their archers, pushing the Japanese forces to retreat, and by 4, a full confrontation was underway. The vastly outnumbered Japanese defenders were swiftly overwhelmed. The narrative highlights the bravery of one samurai, Sukesada, who is credited with single-handedly defeating 25 enemy combatants in personal combat. Despite these acts of valor, the Japanese forces were ultimately forced back, culminating in a failed cavalry charge by nightfall. Following their victory at Komoda, the Yuan troops proceeded to burn much of the surrounding area and massacred many of the local inhabitants. Over the subsequent days, they consolidated their control over Tsushima Island, leaving a trail of destruction and asserting their military dominance. On November the 13th, the Yuan fleet left Tsushima and proceeded to launch an assault on Iki Island. Here, Taira no Kagetaka, the local governor, mounted a robust defense with 100 samurai and additional local militia. Despite their efforts, they were forced to retreat to Kagetaka's castle by nightfall under relentless pursuit from the Yuan forces. By the following morning, the Yuan troops had completely encircled the castle. Recognizing the hopelessness of his situation, Kagetaka devised a plan to save his daughter. He sent her to the coast, using a hidden passage, accompanied by a loyal samurai named Sozaburo, where a ship awaited to take her safety on the mainland. However, their escape did not go unnoticed. Mongol archers spotted them and unleashed a volley of arrows, fatally wounding Kagetaka's daughter, although Sozaburo managed to survive and later reached Hakata Bay, where he relayed the grim news of Iki Island's fall. In a desperate final act, Kagetaka led a sortie with 36 of his remaining men, of whom 30 died in the ensuing battle. With no alternatives left, Kagetaka and his family chose to honorably end their lives rather than being captured. The brutality of the Mongol forces was starkly demonstrated in their treatment of any survivors. According to the Japanese accounts, the Mongols cruelly mutilated the surviving women by stabbing them through the palms and stripping them of their clothing. They then displayed the bodies on the sides of their ships, a grisly warning meant to intimidate the Japanese and coerce them into submission. It was an act of terror, designed to convey the dire consequences of resistance to the rest of Japan. On November the 19th, the Yuan fleet finally landed at Hakata Bay, just a short distance from Daizaifu, the historical administrative center of Kyushu. The next day witnessed the Battle of Bun-e, also known as the First Battle of Hakata Bay. Thomas Conlon's analysis of the Yuan historical records suggests the forces were approximately equal, with both Japanese and Yuan armies estimated to number around 3,000 troops each, though Japanese historians contend there were as many as 6,000 defenders. The Japanese, unfamiliar with the Mongol military tactics, were reportedly quite confused by the tight shield-protected formation of the Yuan troops, who advanced upon them in close ranks, occasionally hurling paper and iron-cased bombs. These explosives, of course, caused panic among the Japanese horses, disrupting their control in battle. As the battle commenced with a traditional Japanese arrow shot, the Mongols reportedly laughed, dismissing the ceremonial gesture. It's a little bit rude, isn't it? You go to somebody else's country and laugh at them? I suppose the Mongols weren't there for a holiday. While the Yuan general maintained a strategic position on higher ground, directing the battle with drum signals. When the Yuan forces feigned a retreat, they launched iron-bombed shells at the pursuing Japanese, causing disorientation and fear. Contrary to the Japanese custom of challenging foes to simple combat, the Mongols fought in a compact mass, overwhelming individual opponents where they could. According to the history of the Yuan generals commanded their troops from an elevated position, advancing or retreating in response to the different drum beats. When the Japanese moved into the prearranged attack zone, the Yuan forces employing firearms inflicted massive casualties, routing the Japanese forces comprehensively. The battle was intense, but brief, lasting only a day. Despite the chaos of the fight, the Yuan forces managed to push the Japanese back from the beach, killing a significant portion of the defenders and forcing them inland as they set fire to Hakata. As night approached, the Japanese were prepared to defend Mizuki, an ancient moat fort, expecting a renewed assault from the Yuan. However, the attack did not materialize. One of the Yuan commanders, Liu Fuxiang, had been severely injured by a shot to the face during the retreat. In a strategic meeting aboard their ships, commanders Liu, Holdon, and Hongda-gu debated their next move. While Holdon advocated for a continued advance, Hong had expressed concerns about troop fatigue and the potential risks of a night ambush. Ultimately, Liu sided with Hong, and the decision was made to retreat to their ships, allowing the Yuan forces to regroup and the exhausted troops to have some respite, leaving the field without further engagement. By the dawn of the next day, the majority of the Yuan fleet had vanished from Hakata Bay. A Japanese courtier recorded in his diary on the 6th of November 1274 that an unexpected eastward wind had fiercely blown, pushing the Yuan ships away. Some of the Yuan vessels were stranded, leading to the capture and subsequent execution of about 50 soldiers and sailors by the Japanese. The historical record from the Yuan dynasty describes that during this retreat a severe storm wreaked havoc, resulting in many of the warships being smashed against the rocks and wrecked. The exact location and timing of the storm remain a little bit unclear, with different accounts suggesting it might have struck at Hakata Bay, or perhaps as the fleet was en route back to Korea. Reports, of course, vary on the extent of the losses, with some suggesting up to 200 ships destroyed in the storm. Of the original 30,000-strong invasion force, it is estimated that approximately 13,500 did not make it back. Well, after the initial Mongol invasion of 1274, the Japanese shogunate, anticipating a subsequent attack, significantly fortified Kyushu. They organized the samurai more effectively and constructed forts and a massive stone wall, particularly around Hakata Bay, to enhance their defenses more effectively. This wall, built in 1276, stood about 2 meters high and was complemented by a series of stakes driven into the seabed at key landing sites to thwart potential landings by Mongol forces. In a bold display, Kublai sent a group of 5 Yuan emissaries to Kyushu in September 1275 to simply demand submission, but they were unwaveringly refused departure without a response. Hojo Tokimune, the ruling regent, ordered the emissaries to be brought to Kamakura, and then he killed them all. The graves of these emissaries are preserved at Joryuji Temple in Fujisawa, near Kamakura. A similar fate befell another group of 5 emissaries sent on the 29th of July 1279, who were beheaded in Hakata. And I must say, they were pretty brave to put their hands up to go, especially after what happened to the first group. Probably not a wise decision. In the autumn of 1280, Kublai convened a meeting at his summer palace to deliberate on a second invasion plan. This next attempt was distinguished from the first by recent Yuan conquest of the Song dynasty in 1279, which allowed for a more substantial and well-supported assault. The invasion force for this second attempt was notably larger, sourced from various groups, interestingly including criminals granted reprieve from execution and those in mourning, a significant cultural exception in China. The fleet amassed for this operation reportedly included over 1,500 ships, with 600 sourced from southern China and 900 from Korea, carrying a purported force of 40,000 troops from Korea and 100,000 from southern China, although these figures are considered to be more than a little bit exaggerated. The actual size of the Japanese defending force, well, that remains a little bit of a mystery. In the first lunar month of 1281, Kublai initiated orders for a second, more formidable invasion. This time, the 2 distinct fleets were prepared, the force of 900 ships from Korea and the much larger contingent of 3,500 ships from southern China, to muster the formidable force of 142,000 soldiers and sailors. The command of the entire operation was entrusted to the Mongol general Arakan, with Fan Wen-hu leading the southern route fleet, which faced delays due to logistical challenges. The Korean-based Eastern Route Army was the first to set sail, departing on the 22nd of May. They swiftly engaged in combat, attacking Tsushima on the 9th of June and Iki Island 5 days later. Historical records from the Yuan period detail the heavy casualties inflicted upon the Japanese defenders, including the killing of the Japanese commander Shoni Sukatoki. Though inaccuracies in these records confuse some of the events of June with subsequent July battles. Despite orders to rendezvous with the Southern Fleet at Iki, the commanders of the Eastern Route Fleet, Hong Da-gu and Kim Bang-kyong, prematurely pressed forwards towards the mainland on June the 23rd. They divided up their forces, launching simultaneous assaults on Hakata Bay and Nagato province. However, the attack on Nagato on June 25th was repelled, and the Mongols were once again forced to retreat back to Iki. The assault on Hakata Bay faced stiff resistance due to the newly erected defensive fortifications, including a substantial wall that hindered the Mongols from landing. Attempts to establish a foothold were thwarted by the staunch defense of the Japanese, who utilized arrows to repel the invaders. Thwarted from making significant progress at Hakata, the Mongol forces then occupied the smaller islands of Shika and Noko, intending to use them as bases for further operations. However, the Japanese were not going to let them get away with that, and launched aggressive counter-raids. In one notable incident, one named Kusano Jiro heroically set fire to a Mongol ship and claimed numerous enemy lives. That still only counts as one. Well, I hope you get the reference. Another daring assault by Kawano Michiari saw him board an enemy ship and kill a significant Mongol combatant, despite suffering injuries of his own, and he earned substantial accolades. The ongoing resistance culminated in what is known as the Battle of Koan. On July the 16th, fierce fighting broke out on Iki Island, leading to a Mongol retreat to Hirado Island. As the combined eastern and southern route fleets of the Yuan regrouped, they seized Taka Island before progressing towards Hakata, initiating a 2-week-long battle that eventually ground to a stalemate. The confrontation sprawled across the countryside, reflecting the intense resistance put up by the Japanese forces. On the night of August the 12th, in a display of resilience, the Japanese launched a series of raids on the Yuan invasion fleet. In anticipation of such attacks, the Mongols had strategically chained their ships together, forming robust defensive platforms to thwart the assaults. These measures effectively neutralized the smaller Japanese vessels, which struggled to make significant impact against the fortified Mongol ships. The Japanese efforts during these skirmishes are not detailed in their historical accounts, unlike the earlier documented defense at Hakata Bay. Yuan records describe the Japanese attacks as futile against the superior Mongol fortifications, noting the repeated failures, inducing a palpable sense of fear throughout Japan. Amidst the escalating crisis, the Japanese ruler personally sought divine intervention, visiting the revered Hachiman Shrine and the Shrine of the Sun Goddess. In a desperate plea recounted in the Yuan histories, he offered his life in exchange for the salvation of his country. Thus, on the 15th of August, a powerful typhoon, later known as kamikaze, meaning divine wind, struck the Mongol fleet where it was anchored, bringing catastrophic devastation. Aware of the impending storm, mariners from Korea and southern China sought refuge in Imari Bay, but they failed to find safe harbor, their ships ultimately succumbing to the fury of the storm. In the chaos, thousands of soldiers were cast adrift on fragments of wood, or swept ashore where they were mercilessly executed by the Japanese defenders, with the exception of the southern Chinese. Now, why didn't they execute the southern Chinese? Well, it was perceived that they were forced into service. The Japanese were very aware that the southern Song dynasty had just been conquered by the Mongols, and, well, I suppose they must have taken a bit of pity on them. Now, interestingly, we do have an account of the storm from guess who? Marco Polo, of all people. He wrote about the storm thusly. Now it happened one day that such a gale was blowing from the north that the troops declared that if they did not get away, all their ships would be wrecked. So they all embarked and left the island and put out to sea, and let me tell you that when they had sailed about 4 miles, the gale began to freshen, and there was such a crowd of ships that many of them were smashed by colliding with one another. End of the account from Marco Polo. In the aftermath of the typhoon, the commander Fan Wenhu, with a few navigable ships remaining, abandoned over 100,000 troops, who were simply left to fend for themselves on Taka Island. After 3 days, Japanese forces launched an attack, capturing tens of thousands of stranded troops. Those taken to Hakata were predominantly executed, excluding, of course, the southern Chinese, who were simply enslaved, which, well, depending on where you have to go to do your slave duties, maybe you would have rather just been executed. Well, a Korean account noted that out of the 27,000 Koreans who had departed, about 7,500 never returned. Casualty estimates from the Chinese and Mongol sources for the entire operation range from 60 to 90%. Either figure is not good. Now, of course, many modern historians question the traditionally reported figures, suggesting that they are likely exaggerated. Some analyses propose that the actual numbers could have been exaggerated by an order of magnitude, casting doubt on the feasibility of a medieval kingdom managing such a large-scale invasion, akin to D-Day landings but over a far greater distance. Certainly doesn't seem too believable, doesn't it? But these critiques suggest the true size of the invading force might not have exceeded 10,000 soldiers. Contrasting views argue that despite the likelihood of exaggeration, the substantial resources allocated to the invasions indicate that the fighting force was still considerable, potentially as high as 70,000 soldiers and sailors. A perspective that challenges the notion of a small-scale incursion and suggests significant logistical capabilities, albeit not as extensive as the highest estimates. Well, either way, the failed invasions significantly weakened the Mongols' naval capabilities, particularly affecting Korea, which had been responsible for the construction of ships for the invasions. The extensive deforestation for shipbuilding impaired Korea's naval defense and shipbuilding capabilities for years to come. After all, it takes a while for the trees to grow back, doesn't it? In Japan, since the conflict was defensive and resulted in no territorial gains, the Kamakura shogunate was simply unable to reward its vassals, the Gokunin, which led to a decline in its authority. The situation contributed to an increase in the number of Japanese joining up with the pirates, who intensified their attacks on the coasts of China and Korea. Now, back in China, the repeated failures led to a recognition of the formidable nature of the Japanese defenses and the bravery of its people. Consequently, during the subsequent Ming dynasty, the idea of invading Japan was considered 3 times, but ultimately dismissed, reflecting a strategic shift influenced by the outcomes of the earlier unsuccessful attempts. The Mongol invasions of Vietnam in the late 13th century, initiated by Kublai Khan, encompassed 3 major military campaigns aimed at subjugating the Dai Viet kingdom. The first invasion in 1258 led to a brief Mongol occupation of the capital, Thang Long, modern Hanoi, but subsequent invasions in 1285 and 87 faced robust resistance, led by General Tran Hong Dao. The Vietnamese utilized guerrilla tactics and intimate knowledge of the local terrain effectively, culminating in the decisive Battle of Bac Dang River during the third invasion. It was here the Vietnamese employed a strategic ploy involving underwater stakes that devastated the Mongol fleet at high tide, leading to a significant defeat and eventually the withdrawal of Mongol forces, thereby affirming Vietnamese resilience and independence against one of history's most terrifying military powers. Hello and welcome to the channel. Perhaps I should say good morning, perhaps good afternoon, or good evening. But if you're new to the channel, I'll just say welcome. And if you're coming back, welcome back for another video. Great to have you here again. As always, if you want to support the channel by clicking on the video, you've already done it. But if you want to go above and beyond, perhaps you should take a look in the video description. A like and subscribe is only 1 click away too, if you feel so inclined. Now, without further ado, and continuing these last few days of East Asian and Mongol history, let's get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. By the mid-1250s, the vast Mongol Empire expanded its control across a significant portion of Eurasia, encapsulating territories such as Eastern Europe, Anatolia, North China, Mongolia, Manchuria, Central Asia, Tibet, and even as far as Southwest Asia. The ruler Mongol Khan, whose reign spanned from 1251 to 59, orchestrated comprehensive plans to conquer the Song dynasty in southern China. His strategic approach in 1259 avoided a direct and perilous assault across the Yangtze River by choosing instead to establish a strong operational base in the southwestern part of China, which would facilitate a more manageable flanking maneuver against the armies of the Song. Now, during the Kurultai, that's kind of the leadership meeting of the Mongols in the summer of 1252, Mongke commissioned his brother Kublai to spearhead the campaign in the southwest, targeting the region of Sichuan. By autumn of the same year, a formidable Mongol force of over 100,000 advanced to the Tao River, subsequently breaching the Sichuan Basin. This force overpowered the local Song military presence and established a significant strategic foothold in the area. Thus the campaign's expansion continued into 1253 when Meng Ke learned of the refusal of Duan Xingzhi, the ruler of the Dali kingdom in Yunnan, to negotiate. Further exacerbating the situation was the murder of Meng Ke's envoys by Dali's prime minister, Gao Xiang. In response, Meng Ke ordered a robust military response, led by Kublai and Uriyankadai. By September of 1253, Kublai initiated a three-pronged assault on Dali, involving coordinated movements from both the Western army under Uriyankadai, from Gansu through Tibet, and an eastern contingent led by Wang Dezhen from Sichuan. The Mongol forces of course faced stiff resistance from Dali's troops along the Jinsha River, leading to several intense skirmishes. Utilizing innovative tactics, Kublai's army crossed the river using rafts made from inflated sheepskins under the cover of darkness, managing to outmaneuver and disrupt the Dali forces. This strategic maneuver precipitated a swift collapse of Dali's military resistance, culminating in the capture of the capital on December 15, 1253. Despite the initial resistance, the city and its populace were spared from destruction. Post-capture, Duan Xingzhi and Gao Xiang attempted to flee, while Gao Xiang was captured and executed shortly after. Duan continued to resist from Shanchan, which is present-day Kunming, with local support until his eventual capture in the autumn of 1255. The Mongols, maintaining their typical strategy, kept the native Duan dynasty nominally in power, albeit under strict Mongol oversight. The remnants of the Duan clan were then co-opted to assist the Mongols in further military campaigns against neighboring regions such as the Burmese Pagan Empire and, of course, Dai Viet, showing the Mongols' pragmatic approach to leveraging local structures and leadership for their imperial ambitions. So, by the end of 1254, after securing significant advancements in the southwestern region of China, Kublai Khan felt the need to return to Mongolia for discussions with his brother Mongol Khan concerning the Khaganate's leadership. During his absence, the responsibility for maintaining and expanding Mongol control over Yunnan was left to Uriyankadai, who actively campaigned against the local Yi and Lolo tribes from 1254 to 57. His success in subduing these groups ultimately solidified Mongolian authority in the region. In early 1257, Uriyankadai reported back to Mongol Khan's court, confirming the stability and control over Yunnan. His effective leadership and military successes were recognized and awarded by the emperor, further bolstering his status and position within the imperial Mongol framework. Following this, Uriyankadai returned to Yunnan to organize for further expansion, this time directing his attention towards Southeast Asia, particularly the Dai Viet kingdom. Now let's set the scene. You see, Dai Viet had emerged in the 960s, carving out a distinct territory of their own in the Red River Delta from the remnants of the Tang regime after the empire's collapse in 907. The Vietnamese kingdom, through successive dynasties, had maintained a consistent and regulated tributary relationship with the Chinese Song dynasty, showcasing its diplomatic finesse and regional autonomy. But, of course, it couldn't last forever. The peace was disrupted in autumn of 1257 when Uriang Khatai dispatched envoys to the Vietnamese ruler Tran Tai Tong, demanding not only submission, but also passage through Vietnamese territory to facilitate a Mongol attack on the Song dynasty from the south. Seeing the strategic threat posed by allowing a foreign army to traverse his domain and attack a neighboring ally, Tran Tai Tong refused the demands. The Mongol envoys were subsequently imprisoned as a signal of Dai Viet's resistance. This act of defiance understandably angered the Mongols and prompted a military response from Uriang Khatai. Thus, he launched an invasion into Dai Viet with a substantial force, including key generals Trechadu and Aju, aiming to subdue the Vietnamese and secure the desired passage for operations against the Song. In early 1258, Uriang Khatai, the accomplished son of the legendary Mongol general Subutai, led his significant military expedition into Dai Viet from his base in Yunnan. Thus, this campaign was a continuation of their efforts to expand their empire and strategic positions against the southern Song, and they wanted to use Dai Viet as a potential pathway or even a completely new base of power. Vietnamese historical records indicate that the Mongol invading force was nothing to be scoffed at, numbering at least 30,000 soldiers, which included a significant component of 2,000 Yi troops from the recently subjugated Dali kingdom. These numbers reflect the scale and preparedness of the Mongol military endeavors during this period. They were not doing things by half. But of course, modern scholarship often provides a more conservative estimate of the size of the Mongol forces. It suggests that several thousand Mongol troops were directly involved, with Uriang Khatai at the helm, a figure that typically includes around 3,000 Mongol cavalry, renowned for their mobility and effectiveness in battle, supported by an additional contingent of approximately 10,000 Yi soldiers, indicating a diverse composition that utilized local forces from the Mongol-controlled territories. The combined force engaged with Vietnamese defenders on the 17th of January 1258. The battle was part of the Mongols' broader strategy under Kublai Khan's directive, aiming not only to expand their territorial control, but also to establish a more advantageous position against the southern Song. The Battle of Bing Le Nguyen marked a significant encounter during the Mongol invasion of Dai Viet in 1258, where the use of war elephants by the Vietnamese was notably countered by the strategic responses of the Mongol forces. Emperor Tran Tai Tong himself led his army from atop an elephant, embodying the traditional warfare tactics of the region. However, his strategy backfired when the Mongol general Aju cleverly ordered his archers to target the elephant's feet, causing the animals to panic and turn chaotically. This disruption led to a rout of the Vietnamese forces, causing disarray and a hasty retreat by the Vietnamese leaders, who escaped on pre-prepared boats. Following the chaos at Binh Le Nguyen, the remaining Vietnamese forces suffered another significant defeat the next day at the Battle of the Phu Lo Bridge. This series of defeats forced Emperor Tran Tai Tong to evacuate the capital, which he reportedly did in a disorderly and panicked manner, contrary to the official annals that depicted an organized withdrawal. The rapid retreat left behind weapons and other resources, which fell into the hands of the pursuing Mongols. Upon occupying the capital, the Mongols discovered their envoys imprisoned, one of whom had already succumbed. In the retaliation, they massacred the inhabitants of Tanglong, although they did not extend their destructive behavior as they advanced northwards towards Yunnan, earning a contrasting reputation as Buddhist enemies for their restraint in looting and unnecessary violence. Despite their successful capture of the capital, Mongol control was limited to the city, as the surrounding provinces remained firmly under Vietnamese command. The campaign in Dai Viet was part of a larger Mongol strategy to flank the Song by establishing a base to their southwest. After a brief occupation, Ouriang Khadai, not deterred by the climate as often misinterpreted from Chinese sources, continued his military campaign by moving to invade the Song territory in modern-day Guangxi as part of a coordinated assault that included Mongol forces attacking in Sichuan under Mongol Khan and others in Shandong and Henan. The loss of his capital and a prince eventually compelled Emperor Tran Tai Tong to submit to the Mongols, marking a significant, although not conclusive, point in the Mongol efforts to subdue Dai Viet. A month after his escape from the capital in 1258, Tran Tai Tong returned to Dai Viet and initiated a diplomatic and tributary relationship with the Mongols. This move was a strategic one, positioning the Mongols as peers alongside the southern Song dynasty, with whom Dai Viet also maintained ties. It was a period that marked the beginning of a new phase of foreign relations for Dai Viet, treating these powerful neighbors with dual diplomatic approach. Thus, in March 1258, Tran Tai Tong had completely abdicated, passing the throne to his son, Prince Tran Huang, who took the reins amidst a admittedly complex international scene. Not a very good time for him to begin his reign at all. In that same year, the new emperor reached out to the Mongols, sending envoys to their base in Yunnan, signaling a continuation of his father's policy of engagement. The submission of Dai Viet to Mongol authority proved beneficial for Ouriang Khadai, who, leveraging the support from the new Vietnamese emperor, quickly mobilized an army consisting of 3,000 Mongol cavalry and 10,000 troops from Dali. With these forces, and via a route through Dai Viet, Ouriang Khadai launched a new, renewed offensive against the Song dynasty in the summer of 1259. This campaign saw Mongol forces push deep into Song territory, reaching Guilin and advancing to Tanzhou in modern-day Hunan province. This military action was part of a broader Mongol strategy led by Mongol Khan. His life's work. He was hoping it would come to fruition. However, the Mongol campaign against the Song was abruptly halted by the sudden death of Mongol Khan in August of 1259. His demise led to a succession crisis within the Mongol Empire. You see, in Mongolia, Prince Arik Bokur swiftly proclaimed himself ruler, while in China, Prince Kublai also declared his right to rulership. You can see how this gets a little bit complicated. This power struggle, which focused the Mongol Empire's energies on internal disputes, effectively put an end to their immediate imperial ambitions in China, and left the regions of Vietnam undisturbed for a time. This respite allowed the Vietnamese kingdoms a period of peace, as the Mongol focus shifted away from expansion towards resolving their leadership turmoil. Following the subjugation of the Song dynasty in 1276, the newly established Yuan dynasty under Kublai Khan redirected its expansive ambitions southwards, targeting Champa and Dai Viet, among other regions. You see, Champa was strategically vital due to its control over the maritime routes linking China with Southeast Asia and India. The Mongol court recognized the importance of dominating this key junction to control trade throughout Southeast Asia. It should be noted as well that controlling Champa would enable the Yuan access to valuable commodities traded across the Indian Ocean by Arab and Persian merchants. Despite the king of Champa's nominal acceptance of Mongol overlordship, his submission was reluctant and fraught with tensions. In the late 1281, Kublai planned a massive mobilization to assert control over regions including the Sukhothai, Lopburi, Malabar, and Champa in particular, from where he expected logistical support in the form of food supplies for his troops. However, these aggressive plans were eventually set aside in favor of a diplomatic approach, aiming to coerce these states into submission through envoys rather than outright military invasion. This strategic shift acknowledged the logistical challenges and the strong pro-Song sentiments in Champa, where the Cham king had shown sympathy towards the fallen Song dynasty. The situation was further complicated by the presence of Chinese officials, soldiers, and civilians who had fled the Mongol conquest and sought refuge in Champa. These refugees stirred up anti-Mongol and anti-Yuan sentiments, further complicating diplomatic efforts. In the summer of 1282, when Yuan envoys passed through Champa, they were detained by Prince Harijit, revealing the extent of local resistance. They were not welcome. In response to these provocations, Kublai Khan ordered Sogatu of the Jailars, then the governor of Guangzhou, to lead a punitive expedition against Champa. Despite Kublai's acknowledgement of the innocence of Champa's old king, Jaya Indravarman V, he identified the opposition as stemming from the king's son Harijit and some southern Chinese. By late 1282, Sogatu launched a maritime invasion with 500 men aboard 100 ships and 250 landing crafts. This force, however, was a shadow of its intended strength. Many of the Yuan ships had been lost in previous failed invasions of Japan. Sogatu's arrival on the shores of Champa, near Tinai Bay, in February of 1283, marked a significant escalation in the Yuan's efforts to subdue the region. The Cham defenders, eagerly prepared for battle, had fortified their position with a wooden palisade on the west shore of the bay. The Mongol forces, undeterred by the formidable Cham defenses, launched a midnight assault on February 13th, attacking the stockade from 3 sides. The Cham forces, numbering around 10,000 men, and supported by scores of elephants, met the Yuan forces on the beach in a bold counterattack. Despite the strong defensive measures and the initial resistance, the experienced Mongol general Sögötü managed to penetrate the defenses, leading to a significant victory for the Yuan. The Mongols routed the Cham forces, capturing their forts and vast supplies. Sögötü then captured Vijaya, the Cham capital, within 2 days. However, instead of maintaining a presence in the city, he withdrew to camps outside the city limits. In the following days, the aging King Indravarman V abandoned the palace, setting fire to his warehouses to deny resources to the Yuan, and retreated into the hills, effectively avoiding capture. The refusal of the Cham king and Prince Harijit to meet with the Yuan and the execution of 2 captured Yuan envoys highlights the resolve of the Chams to resist Mongol rule. The situation escalated as Cham forces, using guerrilla tactics, continuously ambushed the Mongol troops in the mountainous regions. Realizing the challenges ahead, Sögötü prepared for a prolonged campaign by unloading supplies and clearing fields for rice farming, managing to harvest 150,000 piculs of rice by the summer. Meanwhile, diplomatic efforts to secure additional reinforcements and support continued. Sögötü's request for reinforcements was answered in March 1284, when another Yuan fleet, commanded by Atakai and Arik Kaya, arrived with over 20,000 troops. This new force anchored off the coast of Vijaya, bolstering the Yuan's position. Sögötü proposed a bold plan to invade Champa by marching through Dai Viet, a vassalized region, which Kublai Khan gave the approval. Togan, Kublai's son, was put in command of the operation, with Sögötü as his second-in-command. The political and diplomatic interactions between Kublai's Yuan dynasty and Dai Viet during the late 13th century were marked with increasing demands and a growing assertiveness from the Mongol Empire. Initially, in 1261, Kublai sought to solidify his control over Dai Viet by granting Tran Tan Tong the title of King of Annam, and establishing a Mongol administrative presence in the form of a Darugachi, Sayyid Ajal. Reports to the Yuan court indicated that the Vietnamese king engaged in corrupt practices with the Darugachi, which muddied the already complex relationship between the 2 realms. Thus, as the Yuan dynasty consolidated its power, Kublai, dissatisfied with the traditional tributary payments which mirrored those given to the former Song dynasty, escalated his demands in 1267. His son, Hugachi, was dispatched with a list of demands that significantly exceeded previous expectations. These included not just tributes of gold, silver, and precious materials, but also forced labor, direct taxes, and even control over local commerce, reflecting Kublai's intention to integrate, or rather subjugate, Dai Viet more thoroughly into the Yuan Empire's economic and administrative systems. Thus Kublai's ambitions expanded further when he assigned the title of Prince of Yunnan to the Yuan heir apparent in 1278, a move aimed at asserting control over the regions of Dali, Shanshan, and Dai Viet. This act was perceived as an attempt to annex Dai Viet directly into the Yuan Empire, a prospect that the Vietnamese leadership found completely unacceptable. Can't really blame them. Well, following the death of Tran Tai Tong in 1278, his successor, Tran Nan Tong, known to the Mongols as Tran Nat Ton, faced repeated demands from Kublai to present himself in China as a vassal. The refusal to comply led the Yuan to withhold recognition of his kingship, and the efforts were made to place a Vietnamese defector on the throne of Dai Viet, reflecting the Yuan's use of political intrigue to achieve their objectives. By 1283, frustrated with the lack of progress through diplomatic channels and the persistent Vietnamese resistance to his demands, Kublai tasked Arik Kaya with leading a more aggressive approach. Arik Kaya was thus sent to demand that Dai Viet participate in a military campaign against Champa, provide logistical and military support for Yuan forces, and comply with even more stringent economic demands. The Vietnamese king's steadfast refusal was not taken well. Thus, in the following year, the dynamics between Dai Viet and the Mongols and Champa became increasingly complex as Kublai intensified his military ambitions in Southeast Asia. Togon, Kublai's son, was appointed to command a significant overland force, his mission ostensibly to support Sogdu in Champa, but with broader imperial objectives. Kublai's strategic aim was to launch a pincer movement against Champa, attacking from both the north through Dai Viet and from the south via Sogdu's forces. However, the Vietnamese leadership under Nan Tong discerned that this maneuver was likely a pretext for an outright conquest of Dai Viet itself. Thus, Prince Tran Quoc Tuan, a notable military leader, was tasked with organizing the defense against the impending Yuan threat. Preparations included bolstering Dai Viet's naval capabilities, as evidenced by the reported dispatch of 500 ships to aid Champa, indicating a regional response to the Yuan maneuvers. As 1284 progressed, Togon mobilized his forces at the borders of Dai Viet, signaling the imminent threat of an invasion. In a rather deceptive twist, reports emerged by December that Kublai Khan had commanded Togon and his generals not merely to assist in Champa, but to use the military campaign as simply a cover for a full-scale invasion of Dai Viet. The period also saw the integration of Southern Song Chinese military expertise into the Vietnamese defense strategy, with many Chinese military officers and civilian officials who had intermarried with the Vietnamese elite taking up roles within the Vietnamese and Cham defenses. These alliances were crucial, as they brought valuable military expertise and reinforced the interconnected resistance against the Mongol expansion. Marco Polo's travels during this tumultuous period further underscore the significance of the region in global trade and political dynamics. His journey through Dai Viet and onwards to Chengdu provides a rare European perspective on the complexities of the geopolitical importance of Southeast Asia during the late 13th century. His observations, while primarily focused on commerce and culture, inadvertently also document the preparations and anxieties of the local populations during a period of intense military threats from one of history's most formidable empires. Well, the Yuan's land invasion of Dai Viet in 1285 was commanded by Prince Togon and a weaker general by the name of Arik Kaya, while the naval forces were led by the Tangut general Li Heng and Muslim general Omar. Simultaneously, another Yuan column entered Dai Viet from Yunnan, commanded by the Khwarezmian general Nasr ad-Din bin Sayyid Ajal, the governor of Yunnan, who had previously led a campaign against the kingdom of Bagan. The Vietnamese forces under the generalship of Tran Hung Dao totaled around 100,000 men, encompassing both land and naval units. The Yuan troops commenced their assault by crossing the Nam Chuan Pass on the 27th of January 1285, and swiftly moved southward along the rivers, overcoming Vietnamese forces at the battles of Ca Lai and Noi Bang. The Mongol advance continued as they reached the stronghold of Prince Quoc Tuan and Van Kiep by February the 10th. Within 3 days, they breached the Vietnamese defenses to arrive at the north bank of the Cao River. By February 18th, the Mongols had commandeered captured boats and decisively defeated the Vietnamese forces, enabling them to cross the river successfully. Upon capturing soldiers, the Mongols executed those found with the words Sat Tat, or Death to the Mongols, tattooed on their arms, displaying strict punitive measures against resistance. Geez, I bet they regretted those tattoos, eh? Well, despite their successes, the Yuan forces did not advance further south but remained on the north bank of the river. This decision led to ongoing skirmishes, but no significant territorial gains, as they faced stiff resistance from the well-organized Vietnamese defenses across the river. In a strategic effort to solidify their positions in Dai Viet during the invasion of 1285, Togon coordinated a complex military operation involving multiple fronts. He instructed Officer Tang Gudai to relay orders to Sokotu, who was stationed in Hui, to advance northward through the pass of Nghe An. This maneuver was part of a pincer movement intended to encircle the Vietnamese forces and facilitate a union with Togon's troops, who were simultaneously appealing for additional reinforcements from China. Togon also attempted diplomatic engagement, informing the Vietnamese king that the Yuan forces were positioned as allies against Champa, not as invaders of Dai Viet. By late February, Sokotu's forces had captured several critical locations, including the cities of Vinh and Thanh Hoa, as well as securing Vietnamese supply bases in Nam Dinh and Ninh Binh. These victories enabled the capture of 400 Song officers who had been aiding the Vietnamese, and the Mongols did not like it when they were aiding the Vietnamese. Well, despite efforts by Prince Quoc Tuan to disrupt this strategy, and prevent the linking of Sögütü and Togon's forces, his attempts were unsuccessful, and his forces were eventually overwhelmed. The situation grew dire for Dai Viet, as Tran envoys extended peace terms that were summarily rejected by Togon and Omar. In response, Togon initiated a full-scale offensive, with Omar's fleet advancing along the Duong River. This aggressive push resulted in the capture of Tang Long, forcing King Tran Nan Tong and his court to flee seaward. The king met with Tran Hong Dao in Quang Ning to deliberate the possibility of surrender, but Tran Hong Dao, steadfast in his resistance, sought to rally the private armies of the Tran princes. The political landscape within Dai Viet began to fracture further, as many royals and nobles, overcome with fear, defected over to the Mongol side, including Prince Tran Ik Tak. However, the capture of the capital Tang Long did not yield the strategic advantage the Yuan had hoped for. The city's granaries had been emptied, depriving them of crucial supplies. Togon himself entered an abandoned palace, symbolizing the hollow victory without strategic resources. Despite occupying the capital, the Yuan's position remained precarious as their forces, led by Omar, launched 2 naval offensives in April. These attacks pushed the Vietnamese further south, intensifying the military and logistical challenges for both sides. The Tran forces, now encircled by the Yuan army, and with their king in flight along the coast to Tan Hoa, faced grim prospects. However, the resistance led by figures like Tran Hong Dao and the continued maneuvering of the royal family underscored the resilience and complexity of Dai Viet's defense against the formidable Yuan onslaught. By May 1285, logistical strains began to manifest prominently for the Yuan forces in Dai Viet. As the supply lines overextended, Togon commanded Sögütü to assault Nam Dinh, the principal Vietnamese stronghold, to appropriate vital supplies. Concurrently, combat intensified, prompting Togon to issue retreat orders. He directed Sögütü to move back to Champa, and commanded Omar to facilitate a coordinated withdrawal along the Red River. Togon himself prepared for departure back to Siming in Guangxi, China, citing the challenging weather conditions and rampant disease as the primary reasons for withdrawal. The Vietnamese, however, capitalized on the Yuan's logistical and strategic disarray. In a significant naval engagement near Ham Tu, a partisan force composed of former Song troops led by Zhao Zhong, alongside Prince Nat Duat, and local militias achieved a decisive victory against a segment of Yuan forces. This victory was a turning point, and on June 9th, 1285, the Mongol forces began evacuating Tang Long, marking the beginning of their full retreat from Dai Viet. Historical records provide differing perspectives on the retreat. The history of Yuan suggests that the withdrawal was due to Mongol troops' inability to adapt their combat techniques to the local environment, whereas Am Nim Chi Loc credits a forceful Vietnamese offensive for reclaiming their capital, La Tang, or also known as Tang Long. Either way, seizing the strategic initiative, Prince Quoc Tuan led a Vietnamese contingent northward, launching a surprise attack on the Yuan encampment of Van Kiep, effectively cutting off their supply lines. This encounter proved fatal for many Yuan commanders, including the General Li Heng, who succumbed to a poisoned arrow. The battle's intensity culminated in the death of Sogutu at the Battle of Zhuangdong, struck down by a coalition force led by Tran Quang Kai, Pham Ngo Lao, and Tran Quoc Tan. In the chaos, Yuan forces scrambled to protect Togon by concealing him inside a copper box, allowing for a safe retreat to the Guangxi border. Meanwhile, Yuan generals Omar and Liu Gui, finding themselves isolated and desperate, fled to China by sea. By late June 1285, the remaining Yuan forces had retreated back to China, concluding a 6-month conflict that saw the Vietnamese king and his court triumphantly return to Thang Long, reinstating their rule over the capital. Now, in the following year, 1286, sensing the need for a firmer hold in Dai Viet, Kublai appointed Prince Tran Ik Tak, the younger brother of Tran Tang Tong, as the king of Dai Viet from afar. Tran Ik Tak, who had previously surrendered to the Yuan and expressed willingness to lead a Yuan army to claim the throne, was definitely the golden boy among the options. While this move by Kublai came as preparations for a third invasion of Japan were halted in August, shifting the focus towards military actions in the south. Kublai accused the Vietnamese of conducting raids into China and insisted that efforts should be concentrated on defeating Dai Viet. Thus, in October of 1287, the Yuan dispatched substantial land and naval forces towards Dai Viet. The land forces, commanded by Togon and assisted by Nasr al-Din and Kublai's grandson Esen Temur, moved towards Guangxi and Yunnan. These forces were divided into 3 divisions led by General Abachi and Chang Yu. Concurrently, the naval expedition was led by Generals Omar, Zhang Wenhu, and Aolu Chi. The naval force which advanced from Qinzhou aimed to create a large pincer movement against the Vietnamese. It was a force that included 70,000 Mongols, Jurchen, and Han Chinese from various regions, alongside 6,000 troops from Yunnan, 1,000 troops who used to be loyal to the Song, 6,000 Guangxi troops, 17,000 Li troops from Hainan, that's the little island below Guangdong, by the way, and 18,000 crewmen, totaling up to 170,000 men. Thus, the early stages of the invasion saw the Yuan forces capturing and looting the Dai Viet capital. However, by January of 1288, a significant setback occurred when Omar's fleet, attempting to join Togon's forces in Van Kiep, was intercepted by the Vietnamese navy under Prince Tran Can Du, resulting in the destruction of Zhang Wenhu's supply fleet. Unaware of this loss, Togon and Omar continued their operations. In February, Togon looted food from the capital Thang Long, and Omar desecrated King Tran Tai Tong's tomb in Tai Bin. By early March, due to dwindling supplies and untenable positions, Togon and Omar's forces retreated to their main base in Van Kiep. Plans were made to withdraw from Dai Viet entirely, awaiting delayed supplies before their departure. On the 30th of March, Togon ordered a retreat back to China. And during this retreat, he was also struck by a poisoned arrow and forced to abandon his ship, retreating through the forests of Siming in Guangxi with a small escort. The critical blow came in April of 1288, during the Third Battle of Bakding. Prince Hung Dao orchestrated a masterful ambush on Omar's retreating Yuan fleet. Hidden metal-tipped stakes in the riverbed impaled the Yuan ships, leading to a catastrophic defeat for the Yuan, with Omar taken prisoner. Zhang Wenhu, unaware of these developments, sailed his transport fleet into the same trap, resulting in further destruction for the Mongol forces. Thus the battle's aftermath saw the Yuan retreat in disarray, and the remnants of their army struggling to make contact with the main force. Many Yuan troops were lost, unfamiliar with the terrain. Le Tuc, a Vietnamese scholar who had defected to the Yuan in 1285, provided an account of retreating Yuan troops, noting that many died in the mountain passes between the Sino-Viet borderlands. Le Tuc himself was exiled permanently in China, later appointed by the Yuan government as the prefect of pacified Siam. That's Thailand, by the way. Well, following the Mongol campaigns against Dai Viet, which were ultimately repelled, Kublai's frustrations were as understandable as they were evident. In a turn of political strategy, he attempted to negotiate directly with Tran Nan Tong, the Vietnamese king, to forge a more compliant relationship. In 1291, he dispatched Zhang Li Dao, the Minister of Rights, to the Vietnamese capital to persuade Nan Tong to travel to China. Despite the diplomatic visit, Nan Tong declined to go to Dardu, modern-day Beijing, explaining the perilous journey that had previously resulted in the death of many Vietnamese envoys. Oh, right. That thing. I suppose it's hard to forget. Well, Nantong's diplomatic rebuttal included sending a golden statue as a token of apology for his inability to visit China, accompanied by a letter vividly describing the devastations and sacrileges committed by the Mongol armies during their invasions. They didn't forget that either. It was a poignant recount that highlighted the destruction of sacred Buddhist sites and the general brutality that was experienced by his people. So, he will not be attending the dinner party. Well, despite repeated attempts, another mission in September 1292, Kublai's plans to enforce direct control over Dai Viet completely failed. Kublai planned a fourth military campaign in 1293 to install the Vietnamese Prince Tran Ik Tak, who had defected to the Yuan as the king of Dai Viet. However, Kublai's death in early 1294 halted that plan. His successor, Temur Khan, opted for a more diplomatic approach, formally ending hostilities with Dai Viet and resuming a tributary relationship that had been tentatively established following the earlier invasions. In the wake of such invasions, Dai Viet had suffered greatly. Its capital, Thang Long, razed and significant losses to its population and cultural heritage. Nevertheless, the Vietnamese kept resisting the Mongol demands effectively. ensuring that no royal visits to China from the Tran dynasty, highlighting their resolve to maintain their sovereignty at any cost. This period of conflict culminated in the acknowledgement by the Yuan dynasty of the Vietnamese and Cham kingdoms' status, leading to the establishment of tributary relations rather than direct Yuan rule. Back in Champa, the acceptance of Yuan supremacy marked the end of Mongol military ambitions in the region. The strategic marriage in 1305 between the Cham king Tre Man and the Vietnamese princess Huyen Tran, which included the cession of two provinces to Dai Viet, further exemplified the intertwined fates of the regional powers, setting the stage for continued Cham-Vietnamese conflict over the newly ceded territories, planting a seed for further wars. We'll never run out of them. Well, all in all, the legacy of the Mongol invasions in Dai Viet and Champa, it certainly is a complex story. While the invasions are seen as military failures for the Mongols due to their inability to secure direct control, they did succeed in establishing tributary relationships that allowed for some degree of political influence. It's not what they wanted, but it's what they got. In Vietnamese historiography, these events are celebrated as defining moments of resistance and endurance, with figures like Prince Tran Hong Dao immortalized as national heroes who defended Vietnamese autonomy against formidable odds. Perhaps next time you see a Vietnamese person, have the pleasure to have a conversation with those lovely people, or the greater pleasure of visiting their countries, you may be lucky enough to hear about how they beat the Mongols. Although, maybe everyone's account is going to be a little one-sided. But that's just the way it is. The Mongol Empire, established by the formidable Genghis Khan in the early 13th century, emerged as the largest contiguous land empire in history, spanning from Eastern Europe all the way to the Sea of Japan. The Mongols implemented a very sophisticated governing structure, enhanced trade routes, and developed communication systems across their vast territories. Genghis Khan, along with his successors, adeptly integrated diverse religions, cultures, and technological advancements from the regions they incorporated, which fostered an era of economic prosperity and cultural flourishing. Eventually, the empire fragmented into several khanates, yet the Mongol influence persisted, indelibly shaping the political landscape of Eurasia forever. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to have you back. Or rather, if you're new here, it's good to meet you. Off to a good start, aren't we? If you are coming back, rather, it's good to have you with me again. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, Patreon links are in the description. Otherwise, liking, commenting, and subscribing really helps get my videos out. So, if, before we begin, you would hit that like button. Thank you very much. And now, without further ado, let's get on to our topic for the day: a history of the Mongol Empire. Let's go back to the beginning. Make yourself comfortable, because this will be a long one. Since the 10th century, the region encompassing Mongolia, Manchuria, and parts of northern China was under the dominion of the Khitan-led Liao dynasty. This rule was disrupted in 1125 when the Jurchen-founded Jin dynasty usurped the Liao, extending their ambitions into Mongolia, which was historically under the influence of the Liao. The ensuing decades witnessed the Jin dynasty, led by rulers known as the Golden Kings, fending off unwanted advances from the Kamag-Mongol Confederation under the leadership of Kublai Khan, who was the great-grandfather of Genghis Khan. Now, the Mongolian plateau itself hosted several potent tribal confederations. Among them included the Mergid, Nayman, Tatar, Kamag Mongols, and the Karaites. The Jin emperors strategically fostered discord and infighting among these tribes, particularly between the Tatars and the Mongols, with the aim of entangling them in their internal conflicts and diverting their attention from uniting to take on the Jin territories. Now, following Kublai Khan, Embark Khan ascended as the leader of the Mongols, but he was betrayed by the Tatars. Then he was captured and handed over to the Jurchen, where he was executed. This betrayal spurred the Mongols to retaliate with raids along the frontier, though a Jurchen counter-offensive in 1143 did not succeed. By 1147, the Jin had shifted their approach, establishing a peace treaty with the Mongols and retreating from several fortifications. This period marked a resurgence of Mongol assaults against the Tatars, driven by a desire for retribution for their former Khan's death, leading to a long period of protracted warfare. However, a significant confrontation in 1161 saw the Jin and Tatar forces collectively teaming up and defeating the Mongols. The ascendancy of the Mongol Empire in the 13th century coincided with unusually mild and wet weather conditions on the typically arid steppes of Central Asia, a rare environmental shift that lasted over a millennia. This climatic anomaly is believed to have precipitated a surge in the population of war horses and other livestock, considerably bolstering the military capabilities of the Mongol forces, setting the stage for their expansive conquests. Of course, among the Mongol shamans, this change in weather and changing conditions was seen as a divine omen. The time for conquest was now. Now, in comes Temujin, who would later be known as Genghis Khan. I'm sure you all know Genghis Khan. If you wanted a video particularly on Genghis Khan, I do have one. And of course, I will give him the importance that is due in this, but the majority of our video will deal with the rule after Genghis Khan. So, Temujin was born into Mongolian nobility, the son of a chieftain, and his ascent to power was meteoric, significantly influenced by his alliance with Kublai Khan of the Karaites, the preeminent Mongol leader of the time, known as Kurtayat, and honored with the Chinese title Wang, or King. Temujin's ambition soon led him to challenge Wang Khan, and upon his victory over Kurtayat, he adopted the name Genghis Khan, signaling the beginning of his expansive dominion. Now, under Genghis Khan's leadership, the definition of Mongol, that word in particular, expanded to encompass all Mongolic-speaking tribes that were now united under his banner. Key to his rise were alliances with influential figures such as Togrul, the Kiryat chieftain, his childhood Anda, Jamukha of the Jadran clan, and we will definitely get back to Jamukha soon. Now, it was these alliances in the early days that proved crucial in the early conquests, including the defeat of the Merkit, from whom he rescued his wife Borte, and subsequent victories over the Tatars and Naimans. It wasn't all just fighting. He introduced some significant reforms, notably, and rather a strange and novel idea at the time, was the prohibition of looting of enemies without explicit permission, and ensuring the equitable distribution of spoils among his warriors and their family. And this, once of course seen as an equitable measure, but it was also a move that diverged away from the traditional practice of simply using conquest to enrich the aristocracy. This was a more equitable distribution. These policies, however, certainly raised a few eyebrows, and it ignited tensions with his uncles and other aristocratic heirs, who viewed him not as a rightful leader, but as some kind of upstart who's sort of trying to put on boots that are too big for his feet. Of course, this internal strife led to all kinds of defections among his allies, and of course discontent within the ranks themselves. At this point, people didn't quite know what to think. Well, despite all of these challenges, Genghis Khan and his loyalists emerged victorious over rival Mongol factions in a series of conflicts between 1203 and 1205, effectively consolidating his control over the Mongolian plateau. In 1206, at a Kurultai, kind of like a meeting among the Mongol heads, he was proclaimed Khagan of the newly christened Great Mongol State, and he adopted that title of Genghis Khan. This pivotal moment marked the official foundation of the empire, distinguishing his rule not merely as another chapter in tribal leadership, but as the inception of a universal dominion that would profoundly shape the course of history as we know it. Of course, the whole world knows the name Genghis Khan. He revolutionized Mongol military organization by instituting a decimal system for the structure of his forces, ranging from arbans, units of 10, to tumens, units of 10,000. He established the Keshig, the Imperial Guard, which was bifurcated into day divisions and night divisions. In rewarding loyalty, Genghis Khan elevated many of his followers to positions of authority within the army and his household, in a complete disregard of traditional clan hierarchies, viewing things more of as a meritocracy. Now, this meritocratic principle extended even to the creation of the Ik-Zasag or Yasa, a legal code that governed the empire's civil affairs, outlawing practices such as selling of women and theft, and even promoting environmental conservation. One must remember that the Mongolian religion was deeply tied to their grassland. Now his stepbrother, Shikehutuk, was appointed as the empire's chief judge, tasked with maintaining legal records, which further exemplifies Genghis Khan's commitment to law and order. Furthermore, Genghis Khan championed religious freedom, tax exemptions for the needy and the clergy, and fostered trade and literacy. He even introduced the Uyghur script as the empire's writing system, highlighting his appreciation for culture and governance. His reign was marked by military campaigns against neighboring dynasties and powers, including the Jurchen's Jin dynasty and the Tanguts' Western Shah in northern China, as well as interactions with Tibet and Karaktai, reflecting a vast expanse of his engagements. But towards the end of his life, Genghis Khan distributed his empire among his sons and close family, a decision that entrenched the Mongol Empire as a familial oligarchy. This division was not merely an inheritance, but a strategic move to perpetuate the Mongol ruling class, composed of his progeny and the Mongol aristocracy. In notable instances of religious engagement, Genghis Khan invited the Chinese Taoist master Zhou Chuji to Afghanistan, demonstrating his interest in religious matters beyond his own indigenous shamanistic practices, and also once again affirming that general policy of religious freedom that existed within his realm. Now, despite his death in August of 1227, the Mongol Empire's expansion did not stop. Designating Ogedai as his successor, Genghis ensured the empire's leadership remained within his lineage. Ogedai, upon his formal election, initiated campaigns to subdue regions within the Kipchak-controlled steppes, and reasserted Mongol dominance in Manchuria by overthrowing local regimes. His strategic military endeavors culminated in the fall of the Jin dynasty in 1234, with the siege of Kaifeng and the capture of Taizhou, sealing Jin's fate. The Mongols' victory was partly facilitated by defectors from the Han Chinese and Khitan ranks, who had joined the Mongols against the Jin. Ogedai's conquest extended far beyond East Asia, with his general Chormakan toppling the remnants of the Khwarezmian Empire in Persia, and asserting Mongol supremacy over the small Persian kingdoms in the south. However, attempts to incorporate Goryeo-Korea met with fierce resistance, showing that there at least was some limit to Mongol expansion. Well, despite all of these challenges, Ogedai's reign saw the establishment of Karakorum as the Mongol capital, a significant development in the empire's administrative and cultural consolidation. Batu Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson, expanded the Mongol presence into the Russian steppes, marking the beginning of Mongol dominance over the Kiev and Rus principalities. The siege of Ryazan and the subsequent victory at the Battle of the Sit River exemplified the Mongol military prowess that would eventually lead to the complete subjugation of Kiev and Rus. Giovanni de Plano Carpini's account of the devastation in Kiev by the Mongols serves as a stark testament to the widespread destruction that accompanied Mongol conquests. Now, internal dynamics within the Mongol leadership, particularly regarding tensions between Batu Khan and Ogedai's lineage, illustrate an internal political challenge that faced the empire at the time, even as it expanded its territories across all of Asia. Ogedai's campaigns into the Indian subcontinent and the diplomatic maneuvering with Goryeo, that's around Korea, further indicate the Mongol Empire's vast ambitions, but also complex relations with neighboring states. Now, moving on to Europe, the Mongol incursions into there saw their forces pushing into Poland and Hungary, marking a significant phase of their new campaigns. Their rampage through Polish territories prompted a coalition of Poles, Moravians, and Christian military orders, such as the Hospitallers, Templars, and the Teutonic Knights, to take action. This alliance managed a temporary halt to the Mongol onslaught of Legnica. However, the Mongols achieved a decisive victory against the Hungarians and their allies at the Sajo River on April 11, 1241. The advance towards Vienna and northern Albania was interrupted by the death of Ogedai in December of 1241. Necessitating the return to Mongolia for a selection of his successor. This event traditionally marks the cessation of Mongol advancements into Central Europe. In the interregnum following Ogedai's demise, his widow, Toragene, assumed control, initiating a period marked by political purges and strategic appointments aimed at consolidating her power base and advocating for her son Guyuk's ascension. Her reign saw significant contributions to the empire's infrastructure and cultural institutions. However, her overt favoritism and persecution of Ogedai's former officials sowed more than a little bit of discord within the Mongol elite. Batu, ruling over the Golden Horde, abstained from attending the Kurultai, citing health and climate concerns, which contributed to a protracted power vacuum and exacerbated factional tensions within the empire. Despite all of these challenges, Guyuk eventually ascended to the throne, heralded by his military reputation and the strategic maneuvering of Toragene. His election was a ceremonial affair that attracted international attention, a global audience even back then. Guyuk's tenure was characterized by efforts to restore the administrative practices of his father, and of course to purge the influence of Toragene's regime, although he did retain some of her loyalists. He pursued aggressive military campaigns in Korea, Song China, and the Islamic world, while undertaking domestic reforms aimed at centralizing authority and combating corruption. Guyuk's rule, however, faced quite a bit of resistance, notably from the Hashashins, yes, the assassins, and some sectors of the empire that contested his legitimacy. His response to these challenges included military campaigns aimed at consolidating Mongol control mainly over Islamic territories. And in 1248, under ambiguous circumstances, Guyuk Khan embarked westward from Karakoram, spurring speculation about his intentions. While some believed he sought reprieve at his estate, Emil, others conjectured aims of joining forces with El-Jigede for Middle Eastern conquest, and a possible confrontation with his cousin, Batu Khan, in Rus. Sorgak sensing potential threats to Batu from Guyuk's movement, covertly alerted her nephew. Concurrently, Batu was moving east, possibly to meet Guyuk, but before their forces could converge, Guyuk died under mysterious circumstances, which was rumored to be poison, in Xinjiang. We're not really sure if it's poison, but it certainly seems that way. Now, following Guyuk's demise, his widow, Ogul Kaimish, attempted to helm the empire, but faced opposition from her sons and other princes, highlighting her inability to replicate Turgenev's adept leadership. In response to this vacuum, Batu convened a Kurultai with his domain in 1250, an event that was boycotted by the Ogadade and Chagatate families due to its distant location from the Mongol heartland. The Kurultai's offer of leadership to Batu was declined. Instead, he proposed Monkey, a choice that aligned with the pro-Tului faction, yet was marred by the Kurultai's questionable legitimacy due to its attendance and locale. Efforts to solidify Monkey's position involved organizing a more universally recognized Kurultai. Yet Ogul Kemish and the key Ogadate and Chagatate figures remained obstinate, refusing to endorse a Tului descendant as the Great Khan. This resistance shows quite a lot of deep factional divides within the Mongol elite, especially for this time when things were beginning to crack, particularly the insistence that only Ogadade's lineage could lay claim to the empire's leadership. A long way from the old meritocracy of Genghis. While Monkey's succession was finally cemented at a Kurultai orchestrated by the Songagdani and Berke, signaling a significant transfer of power to Tului's lineage. Despite partial recognition from certain Ogadate and Chagadate princes, dissent lingered on, notably from Shiramun, who openly plotted against Monkey. The revelation of Shiramun's conspiracy triggered extensive trials, culminating in a sweeping purge of the Mongol aristocracy, a move that decisively curtailed challenges to Monkey's authority. Post-purge, Monkey extended a kind of amnesty. He then redirected confiscated lands, particularly sharing the empire's western territories with the Batu Khan, thereby ensuring the entrenchment of Tului descendants' supremacy within the Mongol Empire. Monkey Khan exhibited a devout adherence to his forebears' laws, and steered very clear of alcohol, contrasting with previous familial patterns. His reign was marked by religious tolerance, which was not out of step for Mongols, but also a penchant for diverse artistic expressions, facilitating the construction of various religious and cultural edifices within Karakorum. It was this openness that brought Chinese, European, and Persian architectural influences to the Mongol capital, epitomized by the silver tree crafted by a Parisian goldsmith, Guillaume Boucher, symbolizing the Khan's cosmopolitan approach. In terms of administration, Monkey leaned on Muslim and Mongol officials, initiating economic reforms that were aimed at rationalizing government expenditure. These reforms included curbing unauthorized noble privileges, introducing a fixed poll tax, and centralizing monetary control, reflecting a shift towards a more structured governance model. An empire-wide census further underscored this push for administrative efficiency, ensuring a more systematic approach to taxation and military logistics. Strategically, Mongol assigned significant territories to his brothers Hulagu and Kublai, targeting the expansion of Mongol control in Persia and China, while continuing the conflict with the Song dynasty. The military campaigns under Kublai's command in Yunnan and Mongol's efforts in Korea exemplified the Khan's ambition to fully encircle the Song, showcasing the empire's military prowess but also strategic depth and foresight. Mongol's tenure also saw intensified efforts to cement Mongol dominance in Persia, with the prosecution of the Nizari Ismailis and the monumental capture of Baghdad in 1258, which effectively completely dismantled the Abbasid Caliphate and laid bare the path to Syria. This expansion was not without resistance, though, as evidenced by the mixed responses from regional powers, yet the Mongols' military might quite often ensured their supremacy. The Mongol advances into the Middle East and the sacking of Baghdad stand as emblematic to the empire's expansive ambitions under Mongke, and even as they prepared to confront other Muslim states in the region, fighting on all sides. The allegiance of various Christian and Muslim realms to the Mongols further shows the Khan's influence across a vast empire, although the Mongol Empire's engagements were met with varied degrees of opposition and cooperation. In the empire's northwestern reaches, Berke, succeeding Batu, initiated retaliatory campaigns into regions such as Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, and Poland. This period also saw growing tensions within the Mongol Empire itself, particularly between disagreements that came up between its northwestern and southwestern segments, as Batu grew weary of Hulagu's incursions into Western Asia, which threatened his influence. The southern expanses of the empire witnessed Mongol Khan at the helm of military campaigns, which, despite the initial successes, were hampered by disease outbreaks among the Mongol ranks, and eventually the disease got to Mongke, and he died on August 11th, 1259. This loss precipitated a retreat of Mongol forces across the empire to partake in the selection of a new great Khan, signifying yet another critical juncture in Mongol history that necessitated leadership consolidation. Hulagu's subsequent withdrawal from Syria to concentrate forces for the forthcoming Kurultai left his general, Kitbukwa, with a diminished contingent. The strategic retraction presented an opportunity for the region's crusaders and the Muslim Mamluks who, recognizing the Mongols as the paramount threat, entered into an unprecedented period of passive coexistence. The Battle of Ain Jalut in 1260, where Mamluk forces from Egypt decisively defeated Kitbukwa's Mongols, emerged as a defining moment, effectively setting the Mongol Empire's western boundary and preventing further Mongol incursions into the Middle East beyond Syria. Concurrently, Kublai Khan, upon learning of Mongol's demise, opted to press on with his military endeavors in China, rather than return to the capital for the succession debates. In contrast, their younger brother, Arik Bokeh, capitalized on the absence of his siblings to secure the title of the Great Khan for himself in a Kurultai convened in Karakoram. Kublai's subsequent decision to hold his own Kurultai in Kaiping, which garnered significant support against Arik Bokeh, underscored a deepening division that was plaguing the Mongol leadership. Now conflict eventually erupted between Kublai and his brother Arik Bokeh, entangling loyalties from Mongol's administration. Of course, everybody had to take a side. Kublai's military efficiency led to the quick subjugation of Arik Bokeh's followers, gaining him the southern Mongolian administration. Amidst this internal strife, challenges also emerged from the Chagatai faction. Despite an initial setback with the capture and execution of his emissary Abishka, Kublai's strategies led to a blockade of Arik Bokeh, resulting in famine and a temporary capture of Karakoram, although Arik Bokeh briefly regained control. In the Ilkhanate, tensions between Hulagu and their cousin Berke of the Golden Horde continued to escalate, fueled by religious differences and grievances over spoils and conduct. Berke's alliance with the Mamluks against Hulagu underscored yet another deep factional rift that was plaguing the empire. People were certainly at each other's throats at this point, and everybody had to take different sides between the two factions. Well, Hulagu's death in 1264, followed by the deaths of Berke and Algu Khan, once again reshaped the leadership of the empire, with Kublai further consolidating his position through strategic appointments and alliances, including, interestingly enough, an attempt at a Franco-Mongol pact. Okay. Well, Arik Bokeh's eventual surrender to Kublai in 1264 signaled the end of their rivalry. Kublai's focus then shifted to the Song dynasty in southern China, and that led to the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, and also the Sinicization, that means to become Chinese, of his rule to appeal to Chinese subjects. Indeed, just like when Alexander the Great showed up to Persia and began acting Persian, when the Mongols showed up to China, they somewhat began to take on Chinese customs. His move to Khanbalik sparked controversy among Mongols who were wary of his closeness to Chinese traditions. The conquest of the Song dynasty in 1276 underlined the Mongols' unprecedented success in China, complemented by Kublai's cultural and educational advancements. His reign saw extensive empire-building efforts, although expeditions into Southeast Asia, Japan, and other territories were met with mixed outcomes, and we will get to them in other videos. Of course, there's always a limit on people's military reach, despite the vastness of an empire. And you might be thinking, well, what about the Great Wall? Didn't that stop them? Well, kind of. But when you have that many horses, you're effectively a mechanized force. when you can move a lot faster than everybody else, the wall being effectively there to keep foot barbarians out, well, it doesn't really work as well. Now, following Kublai Khan's era, the Mongol Empire witnessed quite a few transformations. Kublai's grandson, Temur Khan, upheld his grandfather's legacy and maintained the Yuan dynasty's policies. During this period, the Mongol Empire fragmented into more autonomous khanates, including the Yuan dynasty in China and also 3 Western khanates, being the Il Khanate, the Chagatai Khanate, and the Golden Horde, with only the Il Khanate remaining loyal to the Yuan. This division weakened the central authority of the Great Khan, and it marked this shift from the empire's unified command. In 1304, a peace treaty among the khanates recognized the Yuan Emperor Temur's supremacy, and this established a unity, albeit a rather fragile one. The period was known as the Pax Mongolica, Pax meaning peace and Mongolica meaning Mongol. Yes, indeed. Well, it was characterized by stability, hence the name, flourishing trade, and all manner of cultural exchanges across Eurasia. However, its unity was nominal, with each khanate pursuing its own independent trajectory. But that being said, it was a little bit of an easier time to live in general, as we can call the Pax Romana, I believe, the Roman peace. Well, the death of Kaidu led to a peace initiative by the Chagatai ruler Duwa, culminating in a collective acknowledgement of Temur's supremacy in 1304. This peace facilitated trade and cultural exchanges, notably between the Yuan and the Il Khanate, enhancing connectivity between Asia and Europe. You know, Silk Road stuff. But despite all of this, internal conflicts always persisted. The Toluid Civil War, along with wars between different factions of the empire, such as the Berke Halagu and the Kaidu Kublai Wars, further destabilized the empire. After Kaidu's demise, Dua's peace efforts briefly unified the Mongol realms under Temur Khan's nominal rule. However, each khanate essentially functioned at this point as its own independent state, with their interactions being diplomatic rather than this grand cooperative military endeavor. The succession of Ghazan in the Il Khanate marked a pivotal turn towards Islam, and that was going to alter the empire's religious landscape. Nonetheless, Ghazan maintained diplomatic relations with Temur Khan and the Yuan dynasty, emphasizing the political unity of acknowledging the supremacy of the Great Khan. Of course, amidst all of this, conflicts and alliances continued to shape the Mongol Empire's vast territories, and they were vast. Its influence extended across Eurasia, albeit through increasingly independent and often competing khanates. The era following Kublai Khan's reign was thus characterized by both the maintenance of Mongol power and the onset of fragmentation, leading to the distinct evolution of each khanate. And I believe that is effectively where the Mongol Empire really ends. When it becomes fragmented into different kingdoms, each of those kingdoms begin to have their own objectives, their own goals. They make their own alliances, but they also have their own problems. You have the ones all the way in the east, they've got their own people to fight. And all the way in the west, well, they've got the Muslims and the Crusaders, and the other barbarians, whatever else they encounter. What does something in the Yuan dynasty in Song China have to do with them? Eventually, I think, many of the Mongols, out there so far, far away from the grassland, forgot who they were. But you, listener, will not forget to like and subscribe. And leave your comments down below. I'd like to thank my patrons, Stark Factory, Jeffrey, and JC, 3 mega chads. Thank you very much, lads. And if you would like to support the channel, besides liking and subscribing, well, perhaps you'd follow the links to the Patreon and check it out. But till next time, most importantly, look after yourself, and I will see you in the next video. Goodbye for now.